Would you mind providing your name for the record for Cynthia? Thank you. All right, at this time, I call the City Council meeting on April 13th to order. Max, Councilman Peralt, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct the roll? Here.
Here. Present.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to the approval of the minutes from February 9th, March 5th, March 19th, March 20th, and April 1st.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, next item will be approval and amendments to the agenda. Does council have any amendments for this evening?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a few amendments.
Okay,
I would like to remove item VA. I would like to remove item 9G and 9H. I would like to add closed session A6 personnel and add closed session A3 attorney-client privilege, Bravo versus the City, U.S. District Court, Eastern District of North Carolina, 425 CV 00207D BM. I'd like to add to the consent agenda item J to ratify the employment agreement for Jonathan John Rory as the City of Washington City Manager. I'd like to add old business item C, discussion, comments on social media, and that is all.
and then I believe we had one more revision. Did you have a revision, Councilman Tyree?
Is that what we spoke about? No, that's not me.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
Is there any other revisions or amendments to this evening's agenda? Any other discussion?
Madam Mayor, I would like to, Mayor Pro Tem, what's the first one that you asked to strike?
Remove item VA, Chuck Caldwell Noon Rotary.
Oh, gotcha. Sure. So we're looking at 5A, 11G Golf, and 11H Hotel?
Correct.
Gotcha.
And for our audience members, it's the IT review and the plan policy review and the presentation from Mr. Caldwell. All good? Is there a motion? Councilman Davis?
Can someone explain to me where the employment agreement is going to go? Is there going to be discussion for that, or is that just going to go to consent?
At this time, Mayor Pro Tem Fritz has asked that it be amended to be added to the consent agenda for this evening.
I would like to have discussion to pull that from the consent if possible.
That is certainly a discussion that can be had when we get to the consent agenda, if you want to pull it from there.
So move.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, please raise your hand. All those opposed, motion carries. All right, at this time, we'll move to a presentation by Tiffany Moore from Beaufort County 360 Behavioral Health Task Force for Sarah and Abigail with the Community Impact Award.
Do I hold it? Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Tiffany Moore. I'm the Executive Director of Beaufort County 360 and also the Behavioral Health Task Force Coordinator. And I just wanted to say a few nice words about Abigail and Sarah. Abigail Cabrera and Sarah Newkirk are standout members of the City of Washington Community Outreach Team, where they drive efforts that improve equity, safety, and quality of life for residents. These two women are among the most dedicated and high-performing professionals in our community. They consistently go beyond simply meeting expectations. They strive for excellence in every aspect of their work, from supporting families in crisis, helping domestic violence victims, and breaking down language barriers. While these ladies are involved with many efforts throughout the city, I would like to highlight just a few. Each year, Abby and Sarah host an annual National Night Out event to strengthen relationships between the community and law enforcement. During the holiday season, they are behind community support activities such as Shop with a Safety Officer and Project Cheer for Seniors. Through these efforts, they ensure that the most vulnerable members of our community feel supported. Even further, they have been instrumental in forming a partnership between law enforcement and community collaborations like the Behavioral Health Task Force. They partner with us to bring education and resources to the community with events like Community in Action. On behalf of the BC 360 Board, I am delighted to present Abigail Cabrera and Sarah Newkirk with the BC 360 2025 Community Impact Award for their ongoing commitment to uplifting others and strengthening community connections. We are truly fortunate to have these ladies in our community.
Thank you. We are very lucky to have both Abigail and Sarah within our community and for the work that they're doing. At this time, we will move on to the consent agenda. I know Councilman Davis had mentioned some questions about being able to remove an item, and if a council member would like to, they can separate an item for vote or discussion. Otherwise, I would ask if there's a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Yeah, I would like to remove it from the consent agenda so we can have a discussion and full vote for that item.
Okay. I don't think, it doesn't require a second or anything to take something out of the consent agenda, correct?
Council's approved the consent agenda that's before you, so you have two options at this point. A council member could make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, and that could move forward. Or a council member could make a formal motion to, I guess that's not what we normally do. It usually happens before we get to this juncture, but I guess a council member could make a motion to remove a specific item, and that motion would be voted on, and then you would go back to a motion to approve whatever remains or what's in your consent agenda.
Okay. Councilman Davis, did you want to make a formal motion to remove the item from the consent agenda?
Yeah, Ms. Mayor, I'm requesting to pull the city manager item from consent for a separate consideration.
Okay. Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion dies. Is there any other discussion on the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to remove item B from the consent agenda as well as item F for further discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Motion carries. So we will move the ratify Abilene Christian University Memorandum of Understanding, item B, and item F, the declare surplus, authorize the sale of vehicle 604 International bucket truck through electronic auction using Auctions International to the new business items of our regular agenda.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Davis.
My understanding is one member can pull any item, and there's no second needed in regards to the consent items.
Madam Mayor, I believe that's already been covered. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented with the items pulled from the consent added on to business.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Motion carries. The consent agenda has been approved.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Davis.
Just real quick, I want to be clear, I'm not here to oppose the hire, I'm hoping,
Point of order.
John Rory becomes an
Councilman Tyree.
outstanding
Hold
Point
city
of order.
manager.
Councilman Davis, hold on. Councilman Tyree, what is your point of order?
Madam Mayor, especially with the level of focus that we have tonight, I believe the motion has been placed before the council. It has been moved forward, and I believe we should be getting back to the agenda.
Mhm.
So,
Point well taken. Thank you, Councilman Tyree. Before we move on to comments from the public, at this time, I would like to invite Mr. Rory up to the table if he would like, as he has now been ratified as the city manager.
City Attorney. Can you advise council, does any member have the right to pull an item from the consent agenda under Robert's Rules of Order?
We don't follow Robert's Rules of Order, and I think that this question's already been asked, and your mayor has said that we're going to move on with the agenda.
All right. At this time, if I could get the sheet for the public comment period. Thank you. All right. First this evening is we have Rena Edwards. The topic listed is general.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rena Edwards, the Silver Miss Fairy, and I fart fairy dust. I've been across the country and back, and I believe as Americans we all should be proud and thankful for our gorgeous country. I have chosen to live in wonderful Washington. It's a beautiful town with good people. We have to take care of it. When you walk down the street and you see trash, instead of thinking, well, who should be picking that up? Why don't you bend over and pick a few pieces up yourself and show that you love your town? Let's honor the memory of our mighty Mayor, Mac Hodges, who loved this town and did so much for it. We all have one thing in common. We are humans. And Tom Petty sang it best. You don't know how it feels to be me. Truth bombs are dropping all over the world. So instead of pushing against, let's love each other, and most importantly, let's love ourselves, and maybe we could even learn to love Bobby Robertson. Gaia is giving birth to a new world. I haven't experienced it myself, but I understand it's mighty painful. The results are magnificent. Instead of having a personal agenda, why not promote the greater good, and who knows, maybe the agenda will come out better than you ever imagined. George Harrison sang, "I look at you all and I see the love that's sleeping." Let's wake up, people.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Next is, I apologize if I mess up your last name. Next, we have Vinnie Chilufo regarding soccer. Is Vinnie still here? Okay. Next on the agenda is Zach Sedawong, topic Washington Optimist. With Washington Optimist.
Thank you very much. Get this mic straight. Oh, shit, the time's, oh. I say this to all of my 9,800 of my neighbors in this community. Every day I see great examples of what brought me here. For example, this last Sunday, Sarah, Abby, Chrissy, and Christy hosted bingo and ice cream with our seniors. Councilman Tyree was there. It was great. He helped out. Over spring break, Miss Lisa worked with our youth and put on a free gardening and city arts camp. It was nice to see Mayor Brabo stop by, recognize their work, and inspire the girls. Every summer, Aaron and Savannah lead free youth theater camps. As a parent, I can't thank them enough. Billy Wilson, who came up with the idea for the New Year's Eve presentation, brought it to the city. Then I witnessed her put hours in each week for over a year to make it happen. She didn't come before this council and ask for thousands of dollars a month to organize an event. No, she just did it for free. She did it because she loves this community. Then there are those of us who go far beyond that. Bishop Samuel and Mother Jones, who spend every day trying to help those who need it most. They provide food assistance and program to youth in our community. Just a week ago, I went to the grocery store here, like we all do. There's a cashier there that is always friendly, always smiles, always makes me and my wife happy every time we come in there. She works 5 days a week as a cashier and then spends her weekends working a second job to save for retirement. Yet, I've watched her pull out her own wallet to help a senior who is struggling pay for the groceries. This is who we are. However, as soon as the stream of the city council meetings goes live, this community seems to have an issue. Sitting at home behind the screens, we find it all too easy to lash out. Everybody has their own favorite punching bag on the council, or maybe we just attack them all. For example, and here's a quote that I pulled, sorry for the cursing here. What a baby back bitch made City of Washington, North Carolina meeting freedom of speech free. No comments seem like gross violation of our city, of our rights. There's grammatical errors, but I think we get the point. I think it kind of says what it says. So that's pretty tame. It's kind of funny, it's kind of rude all in one, but there are lots of other comments there that have personal attacks. Look at the people serving on the council. They're all doing it to better the community. Are you not? They are. The pay they receive is almost nothing. Most have to do it as a second job, and I guarantee you they're putting in way more hours than they expected to. Mr. Tyree and I sparred at the debate over the fiscal numbers. I don't think he was happy with me, yet I'll tell you right now that I respect him, and I know he is here to make our city a better place. Councilman Fritz, who by the way is my next door neighbor, we have very different views and ideas on a lot of issues related to the city. I listen to his ideas, he listens to mine, and we both learn from each other. He brings unique views to the table, just like every council person does here. It's this vast variety of views and experiences that leads towards progress. Our mayor opens her office every Tuesday for any of you to bring up concerns you may have. She was the leader of the 15th Street Coalition. After she was elected mayor, I set up a Tuesday meeting with her. I pleaded with her to fight the state, protest for the street, and do whatever it took to stop the NCDOT. She sat me down, went over the facts related to 15th Street. There was a lot of information I had wrong or I just wasn't informed on. That compromise between both plans was kind of where we are and what's best for the city. See, there are times we might be mistaken. And open neighborly communication is what is truly needed. It is all too easy to get frustrated and lash out at each other online. That is not us. That is not who we are face to face. Now, I'm going to be pressed for time. I'm going to ask for one more minute. Now, one last point of order. For the first few city council meetings, this new city council feels like a lot of you are still in campaign mode, political mode. Attacking each other up here, dragging out these meetings for hours. Do what you came here to do.
Mr. Setawong, I do apologize, your time is up. But you
May I-
are welcome to email all of your councilmen and not
Okay.
myself with your full remarks. We'd welcome it.
Do good.
Thank you. Next up this evening is Shannon Russell with the Main Street Coalition.
.746 West Main Street, Shannon Russell on behalf of the Main Street Coalition, with serious concerns about ethical and financial entanglements involving our mayor, her personal attorney, her federal lawsuit, and the disputed $10,000 invoice. After the March 26 City Council meeting, the mayor began publicly discussing her federal lawsuit settlement proposal on television and radio. Cue the microphone and ready the checkbooks. As a guest of the radio show Talk of the Town, the mayor was asked about her pending federal lawsuit against the city and the proposed settlement offer she submitted to City Council. She literally giggled at the question and suggested we look to the timeline. So as they say in radio, and now for the rest of the story. 7 days before her election this fall, the mayor filed a federal lawsuit against the city related to her business entity, the El Hotel, and her First Amendment right to Facebook. The mayor also has a pending matter before the City of Washington's Board of Adjustment, where the city is seeking to revoke her special use permit, which allows her to operate a bed and breakfast out of a single-family home. The Board of Adjustment was filed after the city received numerous unresolved neighbor complaints at public comment sections just like this. On August 14, 25, the Board of Adjustment met, and after many hours of testimony and evidence, the revocation was continued to December. After another extension, the mayor's revocation is set to return to the BOA this Thursday, the 16th. In the spring of 25, rogue members of the Washington Tourism Development Authority, a city advisory board, hired attorney Chris Wavers of Greenville, North Carolina, to perform legal services. Those rogue members included then-Treasurer Wanda Geeson and then-Chair Fred Watkins, both of whose households financially contributed to the mayor's campaign, both of which would likely be held personally liable for the $10,000 debt if the advisory board and city continue to refuse payment. In July 25, city staff refused payment of Mr. Wavers' second $10,000 invoice due to lack of authority, lack of deliverables, and lack of financial authorization. Then, October 13, 2025, an out-of-state law firm issues a notice of representation letter to the city threatening a federal lawsuit if the city did not hold a special called meeting within 4 days to change the bed and breakfast zoning laws in favor of the mayor's business. This letter was sent from a law firm with law offices in Mexico, Canada, Qatar, Poland, and Ukraine, but not North Carolina. You see, an out-of-state attorney cannot file a lawsuit in North Carolina without a licensed North Carolina attorney attached to the case. Well, wouldn't you know, on October 28, 2025, just 7 days before the mayor's election, this out-of-state law firm affiliates with none other than attorney Mr. Christopher Wavers from Greenville, North Carolina. The same attorney connected to the outstanding $10,000 invoice is now the mayor's personal attorney. And wouldn't you know, in January 2026, Ms. Brabo appeared before the Tourism Board in her official capacity as mayor, advocating for payment of that same $10,000 invoice. A potential payment to the same attorney, Mr. Christopher Wavers, who since October 28, 2025, is on record as being the mayor's personal attorney, representing the mayor in federal lawsuit against the city. The same federal lawsuit the mayor hopes to settle, courtesy of the taxpayer, if approved by City Council. Because when you follow the timeline, when you connect the lawsuit, the attorney, the unpaid invoice, the campaign donations, the special use permit, and the public push for taxpayer-funded settlements, the picture becomes very clear. And now you know the rest of the story.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Next on our agenda this evening is Zane Buckman, sports related.
Hey, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm just going to read a few little high points of what I want to talk about, and then you'll kind of get the gist of it. Pickleball is America's fastest growing sport, with participation skyrocketing over 311% between 2021 and 24, boasting an estimated 19.8 million to over 24 million active U.S. players by 2025. It continues past then to grow by 45 to 50% year over year. Two main demographics it is driven by are 25 to 35-year-olds and 50 plus. The rapid growth is driven by the sport's low barrier to entry, low cost, and high social interaction. Despite the huge growth, it has led to a shortage of facilities. Washington needs to focus on sports tourism. Events bring in visitors who fill hotels, restaurants, and shops. Pickleball could be the catalyst for this. If we had more courts, we could have tournaments. Tournaments bring in revenue, tournaments put heads in beds. High revenue per square footage. 4 pickleball courts can fit into the same space as 1 tennis court. Why does this matter? You can only play 4 people on a tennis court, but for the same square footage and footprint, you can play 8 people, which is double the community involvement. My whole reason for reading this is I used to be a very avid tennis player. I was pretty good. I got older and I picked up pickleball. And what's interesting about pickleball is what I really like is it hits every demographic. There's no cultural barriers. I've played with 25-year-old people. I've played with 70-year-old people. And what I like is it connects people. The big thing is what I underlined in my comments was high social interaction. It just brings community together because I'm out there playing with folks that I would never have interaction with, but I meet up on we just go out. It's not anybody like signing up. You go out, you meet new people. I've met people that have come here from Elizabeth City that practice law at our courthouse. And my reason for saying all this is I feel like I know it takes money, but I feel like sometimes we miss the boat. We go after things with tourism that we could be focusing on sports tourism with what we have to offer here in Washington. I mean, it's sad with what we have here with the beautiful water, the waterfront, and not to my recollection, and I used to run a lot as well, we've never had a marathon. And I know it takes a lot of stuff, it takes a lot of people, it takes people willing to volunteer, but I think people would volunteer, and I guess what I'm kind of talking about here is asking, I mean, I know I'm rambling on, but maybe to the tourism we could have some kind of subcommittee to help the tourism director try to figure out ways that we could organize events that could bring people here. What's interesting is, I used to do, when I was younger as well, I used to
I'm sorry,
do-
Mr. Buckman, we're at time. But
Okay,
thank you.
Yep.
At this time, it is 6:02, so we are going to move into our public hearing for Susan Squires, Beaufort County Economic Development Director for Project FELA Economic Development Land Purchase.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I am here in accordance with North Carolina General Statutes for a public hearing for Project FELA. This project represents an international swimming pool manufacturer who proposes to purchase 5.29 acres of land in the Washington Beaufort County Industrial Park. The address of the parcel is 1035 Page Road. The company anticipates creating 75 new jobs with an initial capital investment of over $2 million and additional investment expected as the project develops and scales. The company will be required to meet its capital investment commitments within 2 years. The public benefit derived from this project includes the creation of new jobs and a long-term increase in the tax base. The public hearing notice has been properly advertised as required by statute and is attached in your packet. And our office requests to consider any public comment regarding this proposed land purchase.
Thank you. At this time, is there anyone who has anything to speak in favor or against the project? All right, I hear none.
Thank you. For your decision is a proposed land purchase. The parcel, again, 5.29 acres. Parcel ID is 5667-795637, and a parcel map is also included in your packet. Again, it's an international swimming pool manufacturer looking to establish U.S.-based operations right here in Washington, North Carolina. They've secured a federal EIN. They've incorporated in North Carolina and identified this site through a commercial listing platform. So this is a market-driven opportunity. They are proposing to purchase the property at our standard rate of $20,000 per acre with no incentives. They anticipate creating the 75 new jobs and investing at least $2 million within 2 years and plans to grow beyond that. This use is consistent with the industrial park and aligns very well with our workforce, especially with use of composites in the boat building industry. To protect both the city and county, the agreement will include a reversion clause. It is the recommendation of our office that the council approve the sale and authorize staff to execute the necessary documents to close this transaction.
Thank you. At this time, does council have any questions for Ms. Squires?
I have a quick question. Thank you for coming. I was at the commissioner meeting last week when this was presented the first time around. From my understanding, the reversion clause benefits the county solely, where the county would retain ownership of all assets. Is there a specific split between county and city in that reversion?
No, it's split between the city and county. They co-own the industrial park.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Tyree?
Thanks for coming. So my question, and I'm not sure if you've gone this deep or if they have presented this much to you, but I see the 75 jobs here. Is there a way to prepare our community for the need of that? Because oftentimes companies do come to areas, but they kind of bring people with them, or they get there and say, well, we don't have the skill force in that space, so they start looking outside of that area. Has there been any conversation yet to say, well, this is what we would need? In that way, our employment professionals can actually start assisting people to prepare for the incoming opportunities?
They've given us an employment list, and I believe within that scope, we can accommodate whatever they're looking for. However, we do have a workforce development team, and once we have an agreement signed, of course, we will address that with our local partners. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I assume we need a motion from council. Is there a motion to approve, or a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Motion carries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The hearing is now closed. All right. At this time, there is no public hearing for zoning. We will move on to scheduled public appearances. First this evening, we have Mr. Hood Richardson regarding providing maintenance to streets in annexed areas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Mr. Buzz Caton and Manfred Allagood about some development that took place on the west side of Washington. For those of you that are familiar with the area, we call it Mount Olive College area. It's a subdivision behind Mount Olive College and the Mount Olive College itself. I handled the annexation, represented these gentlemen when it was annexed in the year 2000. In the late 1990s, and I don't want to labor you and take a lot of time, but I think you need some background. During the late 1990s, Mr. Allagood wanted to do a subdivision development, which he consequently rents the houses that are in that development. Presently, there are about 50. He's in the process of installing to have another 100 lots. He's putting the water and sewer into those that subdivision at this point in time. Mr. Caton lured Mount Olive College to have a campus here, and they were here for quite a while. He's changed the use of that now into a retail outlet of some really fine quality items. The property was annexed into the city using the city's standard provisions, the entire area of both of these properties. Both of these gentlemen started out thinking that they were going to have septic tanks to provide sewage. They realized after they got into their projects that they needed city sewer, and the city was willing to accept them and to accept their projects with the plans that were presented at that time. The county had approved Mr. Allagood's subdivision in his streets and his improvements. The city assumed that in order to get the tax revenue and be able to sell the sewage treatment to him. The same thing happened with Mr. Caton. Lately, both of these gentlemen built the streets, the parking, did the paving, all of this to city standards. And recently, they have discovered that the city is reluctant to make repairs to the street. The only thing that has been an issue, the streets are in good condition, they were done according to standard, inspected by the city, is the entrance where you turn right off of 264 that first 50 feet or so. And when they asked the city to make these repairs, the city refused to make the repairs. Going back to the annexation, and I will read you the terms of the annexation, which is in the minutes. Oh, and by the way, together they pay the city $47,000 a year in taxes, and they pay probably a larger amount to the county in taxes. So both of these are prosperous developments. The ordinance, I'm reading from the ordinance itself, and both ordinances have the same provision in there. Section 2 says, upon and after April the 30th of 2006, the above described territory and its citizens and property shall be subject to all debts, laws, ordinances, regulations in force in the city of Washington, and shall be entitled to the same privileges and benefits as other parts of the city of Washington. Said territory shall be subject to municipal taxes according to the general statutes, and they name the general statutes. In investigating what was going on with this particular situation, what I discovered was, and I think most of you are familiar with the Powell Bill, which is a way that the state of North Carolina distributes tax revenue from fuel taxes to the cities so the cities are able to maintain and keep their city streets up. In addition to the state gets, of course, the lion's share of that revenue. And there's a map called the Powell Bill map. I make Powell Bill maps. I've done it for several municipalities. And I looked at the Powell Bill map for the city of Washington. And that street has never been put on the Powell Bill map. It shows as a private street. What our request is, because we're entitled to the same privileges as anybody else in the city of Washington, that the city have the map, have the street put on the Powell bill map, so you can get your fair share of revenue, and the city provide the maintenance that's required for the street. The streets would have had to have been built, although the streets are in good condition. The only real issue at the moment is the safety when you first turn off at 264, because the streets have been there. The ordinance took effect in 2006, so the streets have been there for more than 20 years without any problems. So they were built to standard, and they were inspected by the city of Washington. So our request is that this board direct staff to have the street put on the Powell bill map, which it should be, and for the city to assume its responsibility, which is required by the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Does council have any questions for Mr. Richardson?
Yes.
Councilman Tyree?
Questions for you.
Yes.
You said that this street was still showing as a private street?
On the Powell bill map, it
Right.
shows as a private street.
When you did when the annexation took place, was the street included in that annexation or the subdivision?
Yes, sir, the street was included. We annexed the entire periphery of the property. We made no exceptions for private streets. You can make exceptions for private streets,
Right.
but we made no exceptions. We asked for no exceptions because we wanted those city benefits by paying city taxes.
Madam Mayor, if I might ask the attorney, our attorney, this did come up with previous council, and we were under the impression that the street was a private street. Is there any discrepancy in what we were presented compared to what's being presented now?
I'm without any knowledge of anything other than what's Hood's presented tonight. I'm happy to look into it further and confirm with him that the description contained in the annexation ordinance abuts 264?
Yes, sir.
And if so, I would agree we have an obligation, and I would defer to Hope, but I believe that we do have a limited amount of Powell bill funds, and I believe what the city normally does is they prioritize our projects. And this would not necessarily mean that that entrance would go to the top of, if I agree with you.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily mean that it would go to the top of our project list, but it's my understanding we prioritize our projects, and as we get Powell bill money, we try to address things. And recently, we've gotten an increase in our Powell bill funds because we had a litigation with the state, and we paid our debt to the state, so we have an increased amount now.
Thank you. So, and for the sake of time, to council, I would put this to council. I would absolutely desire our attorney to just review that, because again, previous council was under the impression that the street was a private street. But if not, then we absolutely do have that obligation. And I think what Attorney Holscher was explaining was, once it goes on the list, the hierarchy of projects comes into play then. So it doesn't mean that that street would necessarily go to the height of that.
Yes,
right?
sir, we understand that.
Okay.
We just want to be in the queue and be treated like any other citizen or person that, property that's annexed into the city. I think, and you're certainly welcome to call me, neither one of these two gentlemen ever made a request that this be a private street. And again, you can do that if you want it to be a private street when you're annexed, but that request was never made because we wanted the benefits of paying the taxes and being within the city of Washington. So we'll await your report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next,
If I may,
yes, Mr. Holscher.
Mr. Richardson, I'm happy for you to contact me and help me with your meets and bounds and your survey, so I can confirm.
Yes, sir. I'll send you the information and the surveys that were used in the annexation.
Thank you. Next this evening, our scheduled public appearance next will be Debbie Farrar with the Moss Landing Homeowners Association.
Good evening, council members, Madam Mayor, Mr. Rory. Welcome to Washington. I'll bet you've had a full day today. My name is Debbie Farrar, and I am president of the HOA of Moss Landing Phase 2. So before I begin, I'd like to briefly clarify and define the Moss Landing developments in Washington. It gets complicated, and people do get it confused. Moss Landing started out in 2007 with a plan to develop a parcel of land located on the river between the estuarium and the Builder Supply Company. 2 villas consisting of 7 units each, the condos, and 7 townhouses. These 21 units operate with an HOA, and they are called Moss Landing Owners Association. The plans and vision for Moss Landing stopped there. Phase 2 and 3 never came to fruition due to economic times, and the land sat undeveloped for quite some time. Then along came Jim Wiley, Beacon Street Developers, in 2014. Now, you can say what you want about Jim Wiley or Fred Fletcher, for that matter. They didn't do us any favors by putting systems in, substandard systems, which they really did not put any substandard systems in. But Jim took a chance on Washington at that time. Washington was not a great place to be at that time, so he did take a chance. And he proceeded to develop Phase 2 and 3. They consist of 37 single-family dwellings and 1 commercial building, which is the boathouse. So let me interject this here. The boathouse for Moss Landing Marina is a total separate entity. We have nothing to do, both associations have nothing to do with the marina. It's privately owned and operated by IBX Development. The 37 single-family homes and 1 commercial house also fall under an HOA, and we are called Moss Landing Phase 2 Owners Association. This development built out rather quickly, and Jim has moved on to develop Moss East, which is presently under construction, anticipating 52 single-family homes. This is still under developer control, but has an HOA already in place. However, it's a separate HOA from Moss Landing Owners Association and Moss Landing Phase 2 Owners Association. So we have 3 different HOAs here. Even though we're more similar with Moss East than Moss Landing Association, we still have our own set of restrictions. We have guidelines we have to adhere to. We've contribute to reserves, and they're all guided by state statutes. What we do have in common is our streets, sidewalks, and streetlights. That being said, I am here tonight representing Moss Landing Phase 2, and I'm also speaking for Moss Landing Owners Association, which is the condos and the townhouses. I am not speaking for Moss East. They are still under developer control. We are asking the City of Washington to assume the responsibility and maintenance of our streets, sidewalks, and streetlights. When these developments were built, the streets, sidewalks, sewer system, stormwater system were all made private. For whatever reason, was it easier for the developer to get things approved? I don't know, and I'm not going there. But what I do know is small nonprofit associations such as we have cannot and should not bear the burden of maintaining a street that the general public uses. Our location is not conducive to putting up private gates, nor do we want that. We get a lot of people through our neighborhood. We get them turning off, zipping through, exiting on the other side, all to avoid 2 stop signs. And I would venture to say, if I turned around and asked everyone here, have you been through Moss Landing? And that would mean that it's really not a private street. You'll say that Moss Way is only 24 feet wide. It is. It doesn't meet the public road standard, but Water Street is 19 feet wide. So we know that exceptions can be made. In 2023, the developer passed control to the HOA of Moss Landing Phase 2. As we did our due diligence in researching easements, legal documents, state statutes, it became evident we had a serious problem. We were paying required city taxes, each and every one of us, 37, but not receiving standard city benefits. I stood before City Council in November of 2023 to start this request. I believe it was Mr. Robinson's last council meeting. Mr. Russell, then the city manager, presented the consideration to the city of taking the ownership of the streets, wastewater system, and the stormwater system. Our board of directors and myself had 14 meetings with Mr. Russell during 2.5 years to try to move this transition along. We took out the wastewater system. We took out the stormwater system. It became too cumbersome for city to deal with. We had gotten to the point of signing a memorandum of understanding, and we thought that consideration was moving along quite well. And then poof, here I am again in front of a new city council and a new city manager. People think they move into the city limits for the benefit of services offered by the city. It's why they pay a separate city tax, which, by the way, is almost the same as the county tax. I would like council to consider one thing as you're making your decision to truly try to include us in the city. Moss Landing Phase 2 alone is contributing a little over $28 million of appraised value to the city. We are paying almost $250,000 in tax revenue to the city. If you were to include Moss Landing condos and townhouses, maybe throw in Moss East when it gets done, you will have $52 million of appraised value that we contribute to the city. I think we deserve, and we have no burden to the school system. If I'm correct, we only have one 18-year-old running around the neighborhood. I think we deserve just a little consideration. We pay a lot of taxes. We add a lot of value, yet we're living in a city that really is not promoting our general welfare and common good of our community. As you will hear later in your meeting, Mr. Waters, who was hired as a consultant to help with this decision, our roads and sidewalks are in good condition. Our road was constructed above the city standards indicated by the core drillings that we just did. In summary, the bottom line, we live in the city limits. We pay city taxes. It's really not fair that we continue to maintain a road or accept the liability of that road when it's used by the general public. Your consideration for acceptance of our streets and sidewalks would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Does council have any questions while Ms. Farrar is up here? Councilman Tyree?
Just for clarity, are you requesting City Council to accept all of Moss Landing at this point?
I am speaking for Moss Landing Phase 2, which is the 38 single-family dwellings,
Right.
and Moss Landing Owners Association, which is the condos and the townhouses, not Moss East.
Okay, so
Moss East is still under developer control.
So the ones that are not under developer control, you're requesting that we accept responsibility on and
Those
bring them into the city?
Streets, sidewalks, and streetlights.
Thank you, okay.
Are there any other questions from council at this time? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next this evening for scheduled public appearances, we have John Gesso and Franklin Scott from the Washington Housing Authority regarding Keys Landing.
Evening, everyone. I'm John Gesso, the current chair of the Washington Housing Authority, here to possibly alleviate some confusion around our purchase of Keys Landing, which started back in 2024. The simple timeline is back in September of 2024, we conveyed our interest to the purchase of Keys Landing, the properties at Van Dorn's in 6th Street, to the city manager. And in October of 2024, the ad ran for the properties in question. We won the bid. There were no upset bids. Mr. Scott, here with me, our CEO, followed up with an email in October of 2024 reiterating our offer to purchase the properties in question. In November of 2024, the clerk confirmed there were no upset bids received. From 11/24 to February of '25, the city went silent. In March of 2025, we received word to move forward. Our board then in April voted on the resolution to purchase Keys Landing and the property at Van Norden and 6th Street. We were then told we would be contacted to come in and sign the necessary paperwork and to bring payment. We heard nothing. We consistently reached out to the city about closing and when that was going to happen. I believe there were some closed sessions back in September, October of '25 where the properties then again were discussed. Finally, in October of 2025, we were told the city attorney would have time in November to finalize the paperwork. He would reach out to us and for us to bring payment. However, here we are again, and we still haven't closed.
Councilman Tyree?
This is the property, just to give council some backdrop, this is the property that we discussed when you first took office. And the question to the manager, and unfortunately he's not here today, was how did this get back to us when we were waiting on the contract to be written up? So if I might, I want to send this over to the attorney now. What is your position after hearing this information from the chair in reference to Keysville?
Well, I'd like to be very careful with my words because I don't want to offend anybody. I had a conversation with Mr. Jesso in my office about this very thing. And on January 12th, and I can go back and look at my notes of 2026, this city council had a conversation with me about Keys Landing property, and I gave a summary of everything that had happened over the course of the years that Mr. Jesso is speaking of. And you haven't adopted those minutes yet, but before I gave you that summary, I talked to Cynthia and made sure that my recollection and my notes were accurate with her notes. There was a closed session in '24. This item was not part of the topics that were anticipated to be discussed in the closed session. As we were walking out, your former city manager said that the Housing Authority was interested in purchasing Keys Landing, and I said, well, we need to do what we normally do, need to receive a written offer, which I don't think the city's ever received, and that written offer should come with a deposit, which I've asked the city if we ever got a deposit with that offer, and we never received that offer, that deposit. Subsequently, a notice was published publishing an offer that the city didn't recognize through a resolution as it normally does. And that notice was published in October of 2024. I would make note that that notice did not contain correct parcel numbers, and it also was for the offer was for a value that was less than tax value. But nevertheless, a notice was published, and it's my understanding that there were no upset bids. So what's supposed to happen after that is it's supposed to come back to council with a formal resolution to accept the bid, to accept, reject the bids, the offer, whatever you want to do, and that resolution never occurred. And I understand Mr. Jesso was perhaps told by the former city manager that a contract was being drawn up or other legal documents were being drawn up. I was never requested to draw up anything because the next step was a resolution. I am aware of the materials that that are in your agenda package later, where there's a letter from Mr. Russell that says that those documents are gonna be generated. I was never aware of that, document. So, since January 12th, when we talked about this in closed session, and the direction from council in closed session was, after me giving this basically same summary, was to put this out to sale on GovDeals, and council requested that the interim city manager make the housing authority aware of that's the way we were proceeding. After that, I had some communications with Councilman Tyree about what happened to the housing authority, and I also had some communications from the mayor about swapping the Keys Landing property for the cemetery gravesite, and I think we just stopped. Staff didn't know what to do at that point. So we didn't go to GovDeals, and every time anyone has spoken to me about this since, I think we're just waiting for direction from council about what you want to do.
So, you said that we never received an original offer, a written offer,
To my
right?
knowledge, we have not, and I've asked the city clerk and others if the city manager's office ever received that, and I've been told no.
So, when you spoke about the upset bid being posted, what were they upsetting if there was never an offer?
I can only conclude that the city manager's office told the purchasing agent to publish an offer in the newspaper.
So the offer had to come from someone to be upset? Or do you just post an upset bid without an offer being on the table?
Normally, you have a written offer accompanied by a deposit. And that offer comes to council, like you have in your agenda tonight for Mr. Johnson's request. And the city council says, we're gonna entertain this offer. City clerk or purchasing agent, please, put this in the newspaper for upset bid process.
So with what you know tonight, with you saying you were shown emails that saying the documents would be generated, with you acknowledging that there was an upset bid process out there, with the countless emails acknowledging that the housing authority was the entity that actually presented the interest to purchase the property and went through the bidding process in order to get to the upset bid. And then as well as there is a general statute that GS 157-3 that would allow the housing authority, since they act as a quasi-judicial entity, to not have to go through any of that process. It would be like if we were selling land or what have you to the county. So with you knowing all
They
of
put it to a public purpose.
Second?
If they put it to a public purpose, that's possible.
Right.
But it would have to come to council for approval to do it in that fashion.
Right. Would they write the contract to bring it to council? Or would you write the contract to bring it to council?
Are we talking about 153, or are we talking about the conclusion of the upset bid process? 'Cause
All of it.
When the upset bid process concludes, a resolution is presented to council to say, we accept this offer, and that's not happened.
Who creates that resolution? Is it the housing authority?
No, sir.
It's internal, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like the housing authority did everything they were supposed to do. The upset bid process was done even without having to do so based on the statute. But the ball was dropped internally, which is what we were trying to discuss when the new council sat down. So here we are. So now with all of these things that have been presented tonight, what is your position?
I don't have a position except that I think that city staff needs direction from council about how it wants to proceed with the Keys Landing property.
What is your legal position? because we're talking contract and bid processes and things of that nature, when before we were going towards putting it on a website and going around the housing authority, getting them to rebid or recompete. But now that we're in this position and you've heard what you've heard, is there any legal guidance that you can give us?
I think that rather than accept a process that did not have a written offer, that did not include a deposit, that did not include a resolution from city council accepting the upset bid, my suggestion is we do it right, one way or the other.
So
Not that we skip any
the idea of
steps.
doing it right, that's where I'll draw a little fine line there, because there was conversation about moving this contract forward. When previous council was sitting up here, there was conversation and the consensus was we were waiting on your office to complete the contract.
That might have been what your former manager said, but that was not a direction.
I was there in the conversation.
Why would what kind of?
Drop the ball?
What
I don't
kind of
know.
contract would I draw up if the council has not passed a resolution accepting the offer?
What type of contract would you draw up if previous council didn't accept it?
No. There's no contract for me to draw up. The next step after the offer and upset bid process is for the city to present a resolution to council, asking council to either accept or reject the bids that you've received. That hadn't happened.
Who creates that?
Internally in the city. If I'm asked to help do that, I've helped a couple times, but most of the time, that's done in-house by the city.
You have anything?
I have a quick question. Mr. Gesso, Mr. Scott, thanks for coming tonight. Do you have a receipt of a bid that was submitted to the city?
Could you repeat that, sir?
Do you have a receipt of a bid that the housing authority submitted to the city?
I have the email correspondence to the former Russell.
For the original bid process to go forward before going into the upset bid process?
That's correct.
Okay. So then, I think at this point, on our end of the city side, we need to pull those records from the former city manager's computer, figure out if there was actual documentation of a bid process going through. I understand the election had just ended, governing bodies were switched. This could have gotten lost in the shuffle, and it could be an easy fix. But you do have a physical copy of the city manager stating that your bid was received.
I have the email correspondence that I forwarded to him, and I have several other correspondence referencing the request.
But it confirms receipt of the bid.
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked, I'm not sorry to interject without being prompted. When I spoke to Mr. Gesso in my office, I asked him to please bring me anything in writing that spoke to any of this so that I'd be happy to bring it to council to make them aware of it.
We just heard as a council that you received an email or you reviewed an email that the previous manager had agreed that
It's in your agenda. That's the first time I've seen it.
the documents would be generated.
That's in your agenda, and this is the first time I've seen that.
Okay, so now that you know that this is present and you've been made aware of it, what is your position? I get everything that could have gone on or should have gone on, but now you've been made aware that there was communication, there was acceptance, and the idea would be moving forward to generate the documents. What is your position?
Again, if it was up to me and I was the decision maker, I would start over and do it clean. If you want to move forward from this moment going forward with the housing authority, you would need to have a resolution presented to you at your next meeting.
Is there any other questions from council? I know Mayor Pro Tem had some.
Madam Mayor.
I yield the floor.
First, I'd like to say congratulations, Mr. Rory. Welcome to the team. This is my frustration with government, man. You have a piece of property for sale and you have a buyer ready to go, and here, how long has this been going on?
Since September of 2024.
I think what Councilman Tyree was getting at was, what is the next step to move this ball forward? When this was presented to us in closed session recently, everyone's position was, oh, if we have the property, let's move, let's sell it. We found out kind of last minute there's a buyer. How do we, I'm not trying to sound any kind of way, assuming your stuff is all correct, how do we move forward? That's the real question.
Can we get a resolution brought before council for the May meeting to move forward with this? If a resolution is the missing piece here?
I think we should look at the documentation that they have, correspond to make sure it matches up on our side. And then at that point, we need to figure out the right path forward from this. Councilmember Horton has a point to make about that as well.
Yeah, I yield the floor.
So my question is that, being that you, and it's probably for our city attorney, being that there is conversation that's been through email and also voice conversation, is there a, how can I form it? Being that it's voice, a conversation, would it be considered as a going into a contract or through email? Being that they don't have a written, they don't have a written contract.
Ordinarily, there wouldn't be a contract. There would be a written offer accompanied by a deposit, a resolution presented to council. Council either says, yep, we're interested in accepting this offer, let's put it up for upset bids. They direct the clerk or the purchasing agent to publish the offer. The offer is then published, and then when the publication period is over, the results of the publication are reported back to council to take action on what they receive. There's not a contract.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Davis. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm just circling back to Councilman Tyree's question, which was, this was originally an upset of what? I mean, it sounds like somebody dropped the ball somewhere inside. I mean, if we believe it was an upset and they had a bid, we just need the contract and a check and we can move this thing forward. Is that, I'm just trying to get us from here to being done.
If I'm sorry if I hadn't been clear, if you want to accept the process that's already occurred, then you would have the city prepare a resolution for you to accept their offer at your next meeting. And then after, if it's accepted, we would just do a closing. There wouldn't be a contract, we'd just do a closing.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Davis.
Was there a, so there was never an upset bid process, that's in 10 days, is that what it is? I mean, and that was.
Yes, there was a notice in the paper.
And then no one upset bid, and then it never went back to them?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman Tyree.
General Statute 157, you said that this would have to be for public use, correct?
We were operating under 160A, which is the public bidding process.
However,
there is another statute that you could potentially convey property
that
to
would
the housing
apply to
authority.
this situation as well, right?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Right. So that specific statute, because and I'm asking this for clarity because we talked about this quite a bit at this point. That specific statute allows a quasi-judicial entity to forego the bidding process.
I don't know why you're using the term quasi-judicial entity.
The Washington Housing Authority operates as a quasi-judicial entity.
They're a nonprofit public corporation, but I don't understand the quasi-judicial.
So now you don't understand what quasi-judicial means?
I'd be a lot more prepared to answer a question like that. It was obvious that you were going to pose that question tonight. It would have been nice to have a heads up to look into this. Because I don't have that statute in front of me. It's my recollection that, yes, we potentially can convey property to the housing authority, but I would like to look at the statute and make sure we follow the statute.
And I understand what you're saying. I just wasn't under the impression that me as a councilman and you as an attorney, I'm the one that have to seek the statute. So again, now that it's been presented to you, and I understand you may have to look it up and research it. However, though, my main focus is ensuring that if the city has agreed to do something, then we not force an entity to go back and forth through something like this and keep having to show up or keep waiting on emails, because it sounds like the ball was dropped, but the ball was dropped internally, not on their behalf. I feel like we should go ahead and move this forward. And we have 2 statutes that would allow us to do so if we so please. So
I think from what I've heard from council is they'd like more information. If we could get some records of those emails that have been mentioned this evening. Mr. Rory, would this be an opportunity where council could conduct a work session as opposed to waiting until our May council meeting to move forward on a resolution on this matter?
I'm sitting here with a welcome to Washington moment. I want you to separate these things right off the bat, okay? We're combining 2 different statutes. Let's focus first on 160A statute. And there we're actually entering into some type of discussion to have a private negotiation to sell a piece of property. In that case, it has to come before the board, and the board has to adopt that. And that never happened. That's where we dropped the ball. Nobody from staff or anywhere ever put something in front of the board to say here. However, even by dropping that, when we missed that step, we still ended up advertising for an upset bid. That's the one piece that's missing. So we ended up advertising for an upset bid, got no upset bids. We just missed that one piece. So therefore, we could move forward with a simple resolution to take and get it in front of the board and say, sell this property, convey this property to the housing authority. Period. Done. The second piece of that component is now we go to the other statute where we can convey property to another public entity. So in mind, that's where I think the attorney's coming from in terms of reviewing that statute before making a public opinion on that. As the new guy, you've already followed all this process. You missed one step where you didn't have the adopted resolution. And so that's his point about doing it right. But there's no wrong time to do the right thing. We've already went through this whole process. And the board, the previous board, has already accepted this bid. Now there's no reason to go back and start the whole process all over again. I think the simple mechanism, can we put a resolution in front of the board at their May meeting to convey this property to the housing authority, if you would recommend that?
I've said that, I think, at least twice.
That's right. But, that's
Would-
simple.
would
We will
council
put that
like that?
resolution to you.
is he going to answer the question?
He said it twice.
No, I'm not talking about the smart remark. I'm talking about, do we need a work?
Do we need
Yeah,
any work
that's
session,
all.
or are we good to move forward with staff producing a resolution for May? Does that sound good to council?
Yes.
General consensus is had?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you.
We will draft.
Ms. Swindell. At this time, we will move on to correspondence and special reports, purchase orders of greater than 50,000. Do you have anything for us?
Yes, the purchase orders, this is just a notation for cancel. Any purchase orders over $50,000 or more, we have to notify cancel of that every month. So the purchase orders before you is the KBS Construction. That's for water main replacement at 11th Street, the Medical District. The Tripp Brothers is for street improvements. I believe council approved this action in the March meeting. The third purchase order is for Atlantic Emergency Solutions. That's for firefighting equipment, and that is funded with grant funds. The AR Chesson Construction Company, that's the Northgate area taxi line and drone pad. The Talbot and Bright, that is also grant funds, MPE funds funded. The Beaufort County is just the Beaufort County Industrial Park grant that you approved several months back. And then the Rivers and Associates is the Jack's Creek screens. The budget transfers, those are also just notations for cancel that we just have to tell you about if we move money in between the departments. And we had 2 of those last month. The first one is cost associated for capital for the 11th Street water main replacement. The Public Works Director was able to find internal funds to move for that. And then the second one is the stoop on the back porch at City Hall. We moved money for that to fix that. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Swindell. Does council have any questions on either of these? All right, hearing none, thank you. Next, we'll have reports from boards, commissions, and committees. Do any of our council members have any reports over the last month from their respective boards? All right, hearing none, we'll move on. Next is appointments. We have none this evening. First up for old business is adopt a resolution supporting NCDOT Project U5860/15th Street. This action was put forward by Councilman Tyree, so at this time I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe, as you stated, this was put before council before, and it was removed based on the meeting that was scheduled between the new council members and North Carolina Department of Transportation. So that meeting took place, and it's back before us tonight to see if we will support or not.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that the City Council adopt the resolution in support of North Carolina DOT Project U5860 as it is currently designed, 15th Street in Washington.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, at this time we'll move into discussion. Are there any discussion to be had from council on this matter?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Peralta, yield the floor.
After recently learning from you that the city is going to be meeting with a representative from Governor Stein's office to further negotiations for this project, I believe it's the city enter negotiations in good faith, showing that we support the project and that we're open to negotiations in regards to, I'm just making up hypotheticals, trees on the medians, reduced median sizes, right-of-way restrictions as in terms of homes being consolidated, whatever it may be. So I think it's important tonight that we do show support for the resolution, just given the fact that you requested these representatives to come to the city to further negotiations.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Tyree.
And I would also like to, yes, you did present other options. However, I would like to remind council and the community that North Carolina DOT, Department of Transportation, has already clearly stated that this isn't a, for lack of a better term, piecemeal grant. We can't pick and choose what parts we want and don't want. We can't, well, before I go there, I also want folks to understand if there is a part of the street that we want fixed, or I think Mayor Pro Tem presented the idea of a turn signal at Market Street in 15, right? Just a turning arrow. The city does not get to elect the contractor, so the city does not get to wait for bids on cost to that light. Just that simple light can be upwards of $400,000 to $500,000, I think is what was quoted to us. And we don't get the opportunity to say we have another contractor that would like to do this work. We don't own the street. We don't own the highway. 15th Street is owned by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. They have given us this opportunity, and they have told us that without us taking this opportunity, nothing happens on 15th Street. So it's like asking for grant money to go into somebody else's property and tell them what you're getting ready to do with that property. It doesn't really work that way, and they made that very clear to us. So I would hope we can show support, because they also made it very clear that we are not the stopping or starting of this project. This project has been going on for many years now, and they have presented to us the steps that it would take if we were to forego this opportunity, and how many years it would be before they could even get back here, if they would come back here in those years. So again, this is really our only opportunity to move forward with this, or not. but I just wanted to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to understand this is what was presented to the previous council, that we presented to the public, and that's what was presented to the current council.
Are there any other comments from council at this time?
Madam Mayor.
I yield the floor, Mayor Pro Tem.
15th Street has been a complicated issue for us all for a while. I think those of us who are sitting up here now recognize that $40 or $50 million investment from DOT into the city is substantial. That being said, a lot of us represent the half of this city who was opposed to this. And I stood before this council before I was elected and said I wanted that voice heard. And I am that voice saying that there's a lot of pause and a lot of reservation. I'm going to recuse myself from this vote. Councilman Tyree had asked that I do that previously. I think that's proper. I do own a business on 15th Street. And being somebody who stood on both sides of this, 15th Street is a good thing for the city, and it's a scary thing for the rest of us who are here. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from council at this time?
I have a quick procedural question.
Yes.
For the clerk or the attorney. A recusal is recognized only under certain conditions, is that correct?
My suggestion is that you make a formal motion at Councilman Fritz's request to recuse him from this vote.
Are there any other questions or discussion on the resolution? Councilman Davis?
Madam Mayor. I think there's definitely support for this project, and the project is already full steam ahead, and there's really not a positive outcome for doing this resolution other than just to have some public opposition to the mayor. There's only a negative outcome I see comes out of this is that we could lose opportunities to possibly make this project better for the citizens of Washington. As it is, we could sit here with our hands under our butts and the project will go full steam ahead. But we go out and make a motion to approve it, then we're going to lose the opportunity where, you know, she's got the governor's office coming in and we could make 15th Street and make it a better project for all of Washington, because she beat a very, very popular mayor, and her main item on her agenda was 15th Street. So I think there's a lot of support in this community to make 15th Street a better, just to try to get a better plan for it. And I think we have that opportunity, so I hope that we can table this and continue talking with the state and try and just keep improving it as the project's already going full steam ahead, so there's no real need in order to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilman Tyree?
Again, I want the public to understand, North Carolina Department of Transportation has already told us there is no more conversation into this. We will either accept it or we will not. If we do not accept it, that does not mean the project does not happen. The city of Washington does not have the final say-so in this project. There are many other steps, many other levels to this project. There's been quite a bit of funding that the state has already poured into this project, where the professionals have presented their findings, their assessments to what's going on. So again, the idea that you're hearing, we can continue talks with the state. The state has already told us where they stand. They came to Washington again at the request of the new council to have the conversation and present the maps and present the why behind this project. I don't want everyone thinking that there is another way, because there is not, unless they have changed their mind, and they, meaning North Carolina Department of Transportation, has changed their mind in how they would spend their $38 million with the city of Washington, when we were told that $38 million will be removed from that project and then placed into another project elsewhere. This project will have to come back And it takes, I think, every 2 or 3 years for them to even see a new project. And then you have to then score it and scale it and go the same route. So we will be looking at, I think, on average, another 5 to 10 years before we can even get this started again. So I just wanted to make note of that, because I'm hearing that it's being given to the public again, that there are more options that the state is willing to listen to, or we can force them to hear us. But we've already met certain criteria, and they told us what they have to do for said criteria.
Thank you, Councilman Tyree. Is there other comments from council?
Madam
Pro
Mayor.
Tem?
I think if I heard Mr. Holscher correct, if I'm not being formally asked to recuse, then I don't have to, or I shouldn't. Is that correct?
Council's previously asked me in previous meetings whether Councilman Fritz and Mayor Bravo, should be recused from this discussion. And in my opinion, the state statute says that every council member has a legal duty to vote on any matter before them unless it affects their pecuniary interests. And in my opinion, the DOT plan would not affect your pecuniary interest as it relates to the restaurant that's a football field away from 15th Street. That's my opinion. Someone could disagree with it. And so what I'm suggesting, but there have been many times in the past when a council person feels uncomfortable and they ask to be recused. And that's why my recommendation is that there be a formal motion at your request to have you recused from this vote.
Thank you. That answers it. I don't need the formal recusal. I appreciate it. I ask the whole council, this motion is before us, we've gone back and forth on this. If we're going to vote, I think this is going to pass. I think that we can send a message to DOT. They're investing $40 million into our city. I think we can send a message to all the people who look at that sort of thing, that we are a city that is being invested into. And rather than pass a 3-2 vote, I'd like to pass a unanimous vote that we ask DOT to invest in our city. Everyone chooses their own part.
Well, Madam Mayor, there's still the motion open.
Correct. Yep, the motion's still open. Is there any other discussion from council? Okay, I do have a clarifying question. The motion that's before council this evening for the resolution is not the same language in the resolution. And so I didn't know if Councilman Tyree, if you could speak to that, because I'm under the impression you wrote the resolution, but the language in tonight's motion is not included in the resolution itself.
If you don't mind, you could continue speaking to it and point out what you're referring to.
Correct. Okay, so the motion that's before council is to adopt a resolution in support of the North Carolina Department of Transportation project as it is currently designed, 15th Street in Washington. The resolution is that the City Council of the City of Washington affirms the importance of advancing transportation safety improvements along 15th Street corridor and supports continued collaboration with the North Carolina Department of Transportation to ensure the project reflects community needs while maintaining its core safety objectives. The City Council encourages continued public engagement and the dissemination of accurate information regarding the project design, impacts, and timeline. The resolution does not mention the North Carolina Department of Transportation project U5860 as it is currently designed.
What's your question?
So your motion before you does not match the resolution. Are you looking to adopt this resolution or a different one? The motion that's on the floor is not for the resolution that is before us this evening. This resolution is for continued collaboration
Right.
and continued discussion, not adopting the project as it's designed and presented.
So continued meaning we continue to speak with Department of Transportation as they're going along their project. We're getting updated on timelines the best that they can. We are also getting up-to-date information, so we'll be able to ensure the community knows exactly what's going on. We don't want to just say okay and step away from them as partners. We want to ensure that if there's a road change or what have you, a directional change, we want to be able for them to let us know, or, well, not us, hopefully, let the manager know, and that way we can show partnership with. So that's where that language came from, not so much to say like we're doing this because you're making us, but we are in support of you making our city safe and investing the level of funds and resources that they're investing into Washington.
I think there might be an opportunity then to ensure that the verbiage is updated correctly in the resolution or with the motion so that those things align this evening.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of ending debate on the topic of the 15th Street resolution, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Is there all those in favor of passing the resolution, or all those in favor of adopting a resolution in support of the North Carolina Department of Transportation Project U5860 as it is currently designed, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Motion carries. The next item on our agenda this evening is a discussion on the Moss Landing homeowners request with a presentation from Mr. Adam Waters.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you. I want to start by, my name is Adam Waters. I'm with H2OS Consulting. Back in February of this year, the manager's office asked me to gather and present some information as it relates to the Moss Landing request. I am not here tonight to make a recommendation, just to report my findings. Now, what you have in your packet, I provided you with a lot of information in your packet on this matter. It includes correspondence between the manager, previous managers, as well as the interim manager, and the HOAs in question. Also includes some information relevant to previous council items, discussion items, and as well as my findings of what's on site. And that's what I would like to address tonight. Again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to read through this summary. You have it in your packet, but just to hit some of the highlights, the request came in 2023 that the City of Washington take over the streets, sidewalks, stormwater control system, as well as the sewer collection system. Through conversations between that time and now, we've kind of narrowed it down to streets, sidewalks, and streetlights. That was something that came up later in discussion. Now, one thing I do want to point out, that information I learned today, since this was submitted, in paragraph 5, I referenced the irrigation system. And when this was first presented to me, I was told that the irrigation system out at Moss Landing was also in play. Both of the homeowners association presidents have told me today that it was not their desire for the irrigation system to be taken over by the city. In fact, as you read through my report here, you'll see that that irrigation system had in fact been abandoned. So that, I just wanted to clear that up. However, some of the things that the city needs to look at when entertaining a request like this is how the streets are built, what the thickness of the asphalt is, what the subgrade is on the streets. Do the streets meet the width in the city's design standards? Do the sidewalks meet those standards? What is the condition of the streets as well as the sidewalks? So we requested that cores be done of the street to ascertain the thickness of the asphalt as well as the subgrade. And my report shows that those meet the standards for what we require in the manual of design and standards. Excuse me. However, the width of these streets in Moss Landing do not meet the city streets for marginal streets. And if you'll look on page 113 of your agenda, a private street can be 24 foot from back of curb to back of curb with a 40-foot easement. The streets in Moss Landing are 24 foot wide, but there is not room between the houses for a 40-foot easement. That would encroach into the yards of the individual houses. The minimum standard for a residential street with marginal access is 28 feet of width, with a 50-foot easement. So that is a deficiency there. However, in the packet you'll see that the city has had a history previously of accepting streets that did not meet the minimum design width. One of those areas was in Somerset, and I've cited that in the report here. We've also, as was earlier noted, Water Street is only 19 foot wide from the back of curb to the parking bay. And I explained the reasons for accepting that in the report a little bit more. Also, Max Woods is an area that the city annexed with, that did not meet the minimum design standards of the streets that were already existing in there, and the city accepted those streets. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We're not asking for any action tonight. The interim manager asked me to provide this information to get it out ahead of you before an official action was brought to you. So there is that information, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Do you have information as to what the official process will be for council to consider this request? I think I remember hearing there would be a requirement for a petition from the homeowners. Is that correct?
And I believe there already has been a request from the homeowners for that. And if the council has thinks that they would be willing to entertain this, I need to start working with the city attorney, or somebody needs to start working with the city attorney, the manager's office, or whoever, in order to get the conveyance of those streets and sidewalks to the city, because that property will have to be turned over to the city.
Thank you. Are there other questions from council?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Tyree.
Peralt. Mr. Waters, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for always, putting as much information as possible into reports when the city asks for your assistance. I read through this a couple of nights ago, and a couple of things stood out to me. I guess primarily on page 99 is that should the city accept the responsibility, a precedence would be set where the city would have to accept any and all stormwater treatment structures on private developments. Additionally, in your synopsis on Somerset, you had concerns about streets in other areas as well, but the city decided to move forward with that. So to council, what I personally worry about is that, we met a couple of days ago to talk about the San Souci development, and one of the biggest concerns that we talked about was setting a precedent for how the city moves forward with accepting issues for funding requests for developments. This is the same thing. It says, what is the city willing to accept in terms of responsibility with the developments when they're already completed? So I would just caution us against, going against the guidance of a contractor that the city trusts, as well as a former public works director as well, who has advised against doing similar actions in multiple other subdivisions as well.
Councilman Tyree?
I believe previously there was a MOU that was created or in creation to look at the roadways, the lights. And I believe the conversation ended with council where we were waiting for the understanding that the community would know if the city would take over the roadways, all of the private signs would have to come down, as well as understanding that during festivals and things of that nature, like anyone can park there, right? And getting that true understanding to, we were waiting to hear back from that piece of it. But I believe we were looking to move forward with the lighting, and if we heard back that they were okay with taking that, I think there was like one sign in question. If the community was okay with taking that last sign down and then not restricting people to be able to drive through and park, we would go with the roadways. But there was a question about the sewage or something like that that we were not going to accept based on findings of liability for the city.
Yes, sir. And through discussions and to address Councilman Peralt and yours comments on one on the stormwater, one on the sewer, through our discussions with the HOA, they have taken those two items off the table right now. What they're concerned with, what they want the city to consider is the streets, the sidewalks, and the street lights. So those are the two items. To address the parking situation, on page, I believe it is included, there's a map with some highlighted areas in your agenda. There is some concern with some of the parking areas because some of these parking areas are for residents, and this map would be something that you would consider that excludes the parking areas in front of the condos as well as the parking areas along Academy Street in front of the townhomes.
So for council, and again, we can even strike the remark about the MOU that was in process. I think what we were waiting on was to get a full understanding that the community would know for the taxpayers to support that effort. Everything in there now becomes public. Is that what I'm hearing you say in regards to this as well too? Like, this is what they're as in the community is thinking, like, we want to restrict this space because this is kind of identified for certain homes?
The streets and the sidewalks would become public, yes, sir, that's
Right.
correct. The only exclusion that was discussed was the parking areas in front of the condos, the designated parking areas in front of the condos, and the ones on Academy Street in front of the townhomes.
So how would that work for the city itself then? If you have private parking or paid parking for certain spaces, the funds towards that will continue to go where they go, but the city would still be responsible for those areas too?
No, sir.
Okay, gotcha.
No, sir. And there are a lot of different options the city could take a look at. I think that would be the cleanest. We do have some areas that the city maintains that they lease parking to apartments down in the downtown area. I mean, you could look at something like that, but I wouldn't recommend that.
So I guess, all in all, to council, we would be looking at the understanding of, does the community understand that if these roadways are public, not forcing them to do anything, but if the city takes them on, then the city's tax money would be the ones that support this. So that would give access to everyone, including during the festival times. And I keep saying that because that was the point of contention when we first talked about it, was the festival times, and could they at least put cones out to let folks know, like, you can't park here, if you could just go down a little bit more, stuff like, which was all fair, because they're thinking about, you know, the crowd that can come out and possibly park in front of their homes.
Right.
But I just think that's where we were when it comes to utilizing taxpayers' money to support this effort.
Yes, sir. And Councilman, the city does have a street closure process that if a private resident wants to close off a block for a party or a festival or an event that would have people in the street, there's a process in place that could happen, but they couldn't just go just because it's a festival and block it off of themselves.
Councilman Peralt?
I have one other quick question. I know that there's an issue about the width of the streets. What did you say the width was again?
I believe it was 24 foot
24 feet?
currently,
Okay.
back a curve to back a curve.
I know that there's been, it's not in the report, but I've just kind of heard it in conversations. There's some concern of the city's fire apparatus not being able to maneuver in that area. If the city assumed responsibility for the roads and an incident took place and a fire truck wasn't able to get to it because of how the roads were positioned, would the liability then fall on the city?
Well, that should have gone through the TRC process when the subdivision was platted and laid out.
Right.
And the fire department, regardless of if it were a private road or a public street, they would have had to meet those requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council for Mr. Waters?
Can I ask?
Yeah, Mr. Holscher.
I'd just like to add one thing and then ask Adam a question. First of all, as far as Max Woods goes, just to clear it up, I believe that was an involuntary annexation brought by the city. And as part of the court settlement, the streets were required to remain the same. It wasn't that the city voluntarily accepted the streets in Max Woods. It was part of a settlement between the folks in Max Woods and the city. That was before my time, but I'm pretty sure that's right. And then, so if the city accepted the streets and sidewalks, and you're depicting it in yellow, you've heard me talk to you before about my concern, which is the same as Councilman Tyree's, about making sure that if these are city streets, that the public has access to them. If we do a resolution through which the two Moss entities dedicates the streets and the sidewalks, and we reference Exhibit A, which is this map, would those parking places that you're talking about, that they want those prohibitions on, would not be in yellow?
That's correct. And on that map that you're looking at, they are not in yellow on that map.
Councilman Tyree, did you have another question?
Just, so, if I'm hearing correctly, the spaces that are already leased or what have you are not showing on this map?
The spaces that are parking in front of the condos as well as the townhomes on Academy Street, they are not in yellow. They are on that map.
Gotcha, all right. What, is there, this may be down the road, but just to kind of protect folks with, if this would move forward, would we require them to put up a private parking signs just for those locations? Because this has come about in the recent past, where folks were parking in areas that they thought was an open parking lot to park in, and then they come back and their vehicles are towed. So just to ensure that the community would be aware, if council decided to accept something like this, is there any protection in place for those, if they're just going out there to park, to understand you can't park here, but you can park on the rest of the street?
I have not had any discussion to that. Again, I was tasked with getting information to the council. That is something that will need to be worked out and discussed, Councilman. Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure I think your question is headed towards also if someone is quote illegally, end quote illegally parked in one of those parking spaces, whose responsibility is it to enforce that? And I'm not sure that that's the city's, although I'm sure we would try to assist.
Thank you. But
Yes,
yes,
sir.
that's where I was going, but I see we're still at the beginning kind of, so,
Yes,
gotcha.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Okay, thank you.
Next on our agenda will be item C for old business, comments on social media. I believe this item was from Councilman Tyree, so I'll yield the floor.
So, I want to present this so we can go ahead and make a decision on this and move forward in this space. So, the decision to disable public comments on City of Washington live stream meetings is not about legality. It's about consistency, transparency, and leadership. Let's be clear, when previous council took steps to ensure professionalism by restricting members from publicly attacking city employees by name, the current mayor, while campaigning, was quick to criticize. At that time, she argued that the city was operating without proper policy, and when policy was referenced, she shifted the narrative to claim the council was restricting the public's voice. Now, under her leadership, when public feedback becomes uncomfortable, we are seeing the complete reversal. Comments are being disabled not by a vote of council, not through an established adopted policy in open session, but unilaterally. At the same time, we are being told that we will no longer operate in certain ways without full council consent in an open meeting. That standard must apply across the board. You cannot campaign on transparency, advocate for unrestricted public voice, and then limit the same voice when it becomes inconvenient. Leadership requires consistency, especially when it's difficult. If there's to be change on how the city engages with the public, then it should be done the right way, through discussion, through policy, through a vote in open session. Anything less creates confusion, erodes the trust of our community, and undermines the very principles that we are once publicly defended. This is about process and consistency. For me, it's about process and consistency, and that's what I want to present to the council. If we were, for lack of a better term, if we were beat about turning off comments before when it worked in everyone else's favor, why are they being turned off now? We can always go back through the comments or have someone go back through the comments like we did before. And if they have identified anything that does not meet the standard for our policy, then you can then delete said comment or move forward to remove that person from that stream. That's what we did previously. So to just turn them off completely, and I say that because everyone can't make it to a council meeting. We have individuals that live in the city that cannot physically make it to a council meeting. We have to think of everyone when we're making this type of decision. And again, this decision should not be made based on comfort. I think the quote to me was, nobody called you to sit in a seat, you called us. So with that, I'm looking to council to make a decision to say, are we going to continue to restrict comments on all streams, or are we going to allow comment sections on our meetings?
Is there any other discussion on this item from council?
I think it's a little bit of a hot button. I understand that, prior to this meeting, our public information officer was making the recommendation to move our live streams onto the YouTube, and that was for a couple of reasons. It would allow this, most importantly, it would allow the city to have a digital archive. After, I think, 30 or 60 days, you can't go back on Facebook anymore to see our live streams. You'd have to request it or something, but if we moved it there, the comments could stay on. I understand it's important for people to be able to come and vent in person and also online. It's kind of one of the purposes of why we're here, to be the pressure relief valve once a month for the city. So I agree that we need to get them turned back on, or if we're going to have them turned off, it needs to be a vote of council, not one person's decision. But ultimately, I do think we should take the information officer's recommendation of moving it to a different site where we can have a digital archive as well.
Thank you, Councilman Peralta. Are there other comments on this item from council? Councilman Davis.
I agree with Councilman Peralta. I think Facebook used to be a great platform to live stream on because it would archive it forever, but now it only archives it for a week. So YouTube archives it forever, and you can leave the comments on there. And it's a lot of people hate Facebook and don't like to use it. So it opens the door to more people to engage with what we have going on too, if you go over to YouTube.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Have any other comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor. I think there's a certain amount of confusion that went in with the PIO. She had put forth a recommendation, or maybe we put it forth, and then we asked her to prepare something, and she came back and kind of didn't like what she prepared, and she didn't present it to us, I don't think, or maybe we tabled it. To Councilman Tyree's point, I think restricting the voice of the people, I guess if it comes here, it doesn't really matter. It probably should never be done. The question that we're having now is, do we transition it from Facebook to YouTube or some other platform, or do them all? I spend very, very little time on any of the social media platforms, so I see nothing that happens, but many people do. So I'm not sure if are we presenting something, but my position would be leave it all open. People come, they watch it, they don't watch it. I mean, it's not, I think the PIO felt the need to engage quite a bit or moderate and had some difficulty with that. And she's no longer here, so.
I have a quick question for our attorney too. Mr. Holster, given the current litigation that the city's under, would it be your recommendation that we revert back to the original policies and settings, just so that there can be no confusion going forward in that process?
I previously strongly recommended, not just myself, but your outside counsel, strongly recommended that you not do a formal revision to your social media policy, given the current litigation. So that continues to be my recommendation and your outside counsel's recommendation. I'm not good with technology. I think Councilman Tyree is saying move this. Two of y'all are saying move the stream into YouTube and not on the city's Facebook page. I don't think that that's necessarily a change in your social media policy. I don't want you to have a new social media policy document that came from a single source, basically through your PIO during your current litigation. If you want to change how your city council meetings are disseminated, I can understand that. But let's leave your social media policy in place. And if someone is safeguarding what's being said, we need to be really careful about viewpoint discrimination and content neutral, because I'll just leave it at that, based upon my past experience with the city.
Councilman Tyree.
So I think that's why I don't have it as a motion, because Attorney Hosher had already presented that to us to leave it there. So that's why this kind of took me, I thought after the first time, and it happened the first time, then we would be able to move forward from there and go back to what you just kind of presented to us. So that's why I don't have it as a motion. I just wanted us to accept what, if we would, I guess, accept what was said. And one person isn't allowed to change policy. That's a council effort. But the policy was never presented to us. It was just in conversation. So the PIO's recommendations, it still doesn't determine what we do. It's a recommendation for us to look at and kind of have a conversation around. So if we could go back to this idea of not changing anything until we get to a certain point, specifically after litigations or what have you, then I think we'd be operating in a safer space there.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
who's controlling this stuff right now? I mean, I'm just, and I ask that in the most honest way. I mean, the decision was who?
Mr. Rory.
I was briefed on this today. This has been an ongoing issue, not for the city of Washington, but for all cities. Whether it's, and it really comes down to the Facebook environment being an improper forum for hosting city conversations, city events. You can't archive it. You know, somebody has to consider what's neutral content, what's not neutral content. You have two provisions. If you're going to continue to post this on Facebook, then staff doesn't respond to it at all. It's simply a posting, and we don't take in comment back and forth in terms of what we're doing. But I think that in the long term, whether it's a revision to your policy or not, you should move away from a Facebook environment and go to a YouTube environment and archive all of those comments. When that happens, remains to be seen. That's what I think should be put in front of the council.
I think we're talking about two separate things, though. That where it's hosted versus turning everyone's comments off. So I think right now, I'm more interested in the comments coming back on rather than being turned off. Hosting it, absolutely. YouTube does the archiving, because I think right now, as it stands, we start out on Facebook. The extra step would be they have to download it from there, and then they upload it to YouTube anyway, right? So that's fine. But I think right now, my point of discussion was about the comments being turned off.
Then I'll take away and respond in kind back to Mayor Pro Tem Fritz, is that we simply cut the comments on. We just don't respond to them. That's just an easy button. That's not a change to your policy, right?
Well, the policy does suggest that it could be monitored, and if certain types of comments are made, then a user is potentially blocked, and
That was with the updated social media policy that was tabled. Our current adopted social media policy does not offer any guidance for comment moderation for the PIO or.
people were blocked and comments were deleted previously, and my suggestion when that occurred was to put everybody, unblock everybody and put all their comments back up, unless you went through them one by one and determined that they were not viewpoint discriminatory and content neutral. Because it's very difficult to say what should be blocked and not blocked, and what comments should be kept or deleted. That's a very slippery slope.
So just to make it clear, because I feel like we're just wasting time. Your clear ask here is, can we have them turned back on by the next meeting? And also, who is in charge of that process now, right? So do we have an answer on who's in charge of it at this current moment?
No, we have no current PIO.
Okay, so who is managing the live stream tonight?
I guess it's going through IT.
You just turned it on and it's just on? Okay, so, okay. But ultimately, the goal of the council, based off what I'm hearing at least, is that we want them turned back on by the next meeting, figure out if we're gonna move to an archiving site, keep it where it's at, and then I guess we need to figure out who's gonna be in charge of it. But that's pretty much where we're at.
I'll take care of the in-charge part.
We were doing this prior to having a PIO. So we had some meetings that were streamed prior to us having an actual PIO. It's just up to who's gonna be the one to do it. But previous council adopted the idea that if there were direct threats towards anyone that worked with the city, that person would then be limited to limited overall to being able to comment. That was about it. As for council members, you can say what you want to about us, again, but for the city employees, that's where we drew the line at. That was the consensus of previous council.
I mean, Chris, can you just turn them back on right now? Okay. No worries.
We'll turn them on. All right, I'll deal with the, who's going to deal with the issues. And I don't want to share some of those issues that I've experienced personally myself. But I'll deal with that. They will be turned on for the next meeting. Then we will follow through. We'll do a change of policy in the future in regards to where it's hosted, where it's housed, and all of those different things.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into new business. First on the agenda is to adopt the updated fund balance policy. Ms. Swindell, did you want to offer any background on this item for council?
The LGC has recently updated their policy recommendations for minimum fund balance policy to 25% of your expenditures of prior year. So therefore, this policy is coming before you tonight because our current policy that was adopted in 2009 was 2 months of expenditures plus $2 million. Because $2 million doesn't mean the same thing in 2026 that it does in 2029, and a percentage-based grows with you. I am recommending that we update the fund balance policy to 35%. That we strive for as a minimum, and that's just your minimum. It can be higher. That keeps you safely above the LGC minimum, and it also protects the city long-term for financial sustainability. So that's what this policy before you is. It does have some other information in there about fund policy classifications, kind of best uses of fund balance and things like that, and what you do, what your manager would be instructed to do, or what council would try to do to bring it back up to the minimum for if you had a hurricane or something and drop below, or for whatever reason you choose to drop below. It's just a policy. Council can choose to stay above the minimum or below the minimum, but this just kind of gives staff guidance on how we want to keep our fund balance strong.
Thank you, Ms. Swindell.
Any questions for me?
I have one question, but do we want to? Well, I guess I'll ask the question first. So first of all, I'm in favor of this, but is it premature to approve a change to a fund balance policy before going into budget session and adopting a new budget?
I think it's a good thing to do it before the budget, but that is
Okay.
completely council's call.
Okay. And then the second question I had was, when was the last time the fund balance policy was updated?
2009,
2009.
yes.
And what is a normal update schedule to that policy look like? What's the interval of which that's normally updated?
There's not a standard. I mean, the LGC in the last couple of years has set some new ratios and some new guidance. I would say probably 2 years ago, they kind of started talking about this. So there wouldn't have been really anything to necessarily prompt anything different other than the fact that 2 million is just not the same. And that's why I'm recommending a percentage change.
Okay, thank you.
To keep us up to
Thank you.
date.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilman Tyree?
I have a question, and it's if you or Mr. Rory could give us a brief understanding of who the LGC is and how important they are to what you're speaking about. Because there has been some questions about, is the LGC legitimate? And how do they affect the city of Washington? If we choose to do something different than what the LGC says, who are they to determine what we do? So can we clear that up, especially as we're getting ready to gear up to go into budget season? Could somebody help just kind of explain this for us?
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll let the city manager round it up. The LGC is the Local Government Commission. They are an oversight group that oversees all cities and municipalities in North Carolina. They do set standards for us to go by, and they give us guidance. They're here to support us. They're a great resource for our city. However, they do have expectations, and if you don't meet them, then, you know, the board, city council would have to answer to that. So if we drop below the 25% recommendation, they're gonna start asking you questions, and you would be expected to respond. And, if you respond adequately, they stay out of your business, but basically, they can come in and take over if it got that bad. That has never been the case at the City of Washington.
When you say come in and take over, and when you say they come in and take over, meaning if we don't respond to them adequately, so ignoring them would not be the best advice. Not doing what they say would not be the best advice.
I would say that would not be a good option for you.
And as you're saying not a good option for you, you're meaning everyone sitting at this bench right now, correct?
That would be the worst possible thing for you to consider, to ignore the local government commission. Okay, so she's saying that would not be a good option. It's just not an option, period. The local government commission was established, and it is a model organization across the nation. It was established because local governments were defaulting on their loans as part of the Great Depression. This is what leads to the development of the local government commission. So then we start talking about percentages, and so I'm just coming from a city where the local government commission stepped in and seized financial control from the board. The board, the council, couldn't even adopt a budget without approval from the local government commission. I had to present balanced budgets to the LGC for approval, and in this case, that is the state treasurer, okay, the state auditor. These are folks that are making decisions on approving your budget locally. So when you ignore things like fund balance percentages or completion of your audits, they will come in and take charge. Spring Lake was 5 years behind in their audits. At one point, once we got through cranking out all the numbers, their cash balance was $225. We talk about percentages and how that relates in terms of 25%, 35%. Well, we need to talk about dollars. Noonan, Georgia, all right, had a fund balance of 100% of their general fund. We're talking 25%, 35% unrestricted. 100% of their general fund. Tornado comes through, that 100% fund balance, poof, gone. Because you're not having the revenue. You still got to pay your firefighters. You still got to put all these things in place. And so the recommendation from finance to go to a 35% minimum policy, I would prefer more, okay? But that 35% mark is based upon a recommendation from the Government Finance Officers Association and your bonding agencies. That determines how they take and rate you in terms of AAA standards and Moody's standards. All of these things come into play about the interest rates that you pay. Ignoring the LGC is not an option.
So it sounds like, and this is to Councilmember Peralt's point, I think, it sounds like we adopt this now with the idea that this is something we need to look at while considering the budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that City Council adopt and approve the updated fund balance policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion from council? All those in favor, please say yes and raise your hand. All right, motion carries. Next item on our agenda is adopt the resolution authorizing the advertisement of offer to purchase certain surplus real property located near 1040 East Main Street. Does someone have background for council on this item? I believe Bobby had been the one who was expected to present this.
I can try. This was presented to you by Mr. Johnson at a previous council meeting. Y'all told, it's my recollection, you guys told us to move forward with them and solicit some kind of offer and bring that back to you for the upset bid process. So that's what we're doing right now. And This is the first step that was missed. You would pass this resolution to begin the upset bid process. What I would like to do is emphasize to council that the survey in your packet shows tract 2.20 acres. That's not what we're talking about. I sent Cynthia an email today with an attachment and asked her to put it at your desks. And that survey that's at your desk shows the area to be recombined is 0.04 acres. So we met with Mr. Johnson, Bobby, I'm not sure whom else was there to try to figure this out. And he said, well, what kind of offer do I need to make? And I said, well, you know, I would start at least at tax value, but I believe that this is a little bit below tax value, but it's only 0.04 acres, and there's nothing you could really do with 0.04 acres all by itself. So his offer is $3,900. If you pass this resolution, the purchasing agent or the clerk would publish this offer for an upset bid, and then there's a 10-day period. If you don't have any bids during that 10-day period, hopefully we would come back to you in May with the results, and you would tell us what to do, and if you accept the bid, we would have a closing and convey the 0.04 acres to the entity's names. Is it Sunny Marina? I can't remember the name. The public notice is in your packet too. Sunrays Marina LLC. There's still a lot, Glenn could talk further, there's still a lot more that would have to happen for this to actually come to fruition, like a plat and that sort of thing, right?
That's correct. If they do acquire this land, they'll have to get their site plan approved by TRC, which shows their parking, landscaping, and everything. This was one of the pieces that was required by the Board of Adjustment in issuing them a special use, is that they had the required amount of parking. So that's what they're trying to do is obtain this, and where the fence is, they've actually been using it as parking since 1960s, I think. And it was just discovered that it's city property and not theirs.
And one of the concerns with the 0.2 acres was that I believe that it might have encroached on the Wildlife Resources Commission, where we have a 55-year memorandum of agreement with them, but this 0.04 does not. So we don't have to worry about that.
Councilman Tyree.
So what's before us is to accept the offer to move forward to the upset bid process, correct?
It's just to adopt the resolution that's in front of you. That's just basically saying you're willing to consider the offer and put it up for upset bids, and it'll have to come back to you before anything can happen. You could accept or reject any and all bids.
Councilman Peralt.
I have a couple of issues here. The main one is I don't think the city should be a real estate agent for these types of projects, but also us approving this resolution, would it not be showing favoritism towards a bid process if it's already listed who the main person submitting a bid would be? Are these supposed to be fair processes?
Is that a question for me?
It's just a question for anybody who wants to answer.
That's the statutory recognized process through which the city conveys surplus property. So you're saying that this 0.04 acres is surplus, as Glenn said, it's actually been used by the private landowner for 30, 35 years. To my knowledge, there's no realtor involved in this 0.04 acres.
Yeah, but I mean, in my professional job, I work in government contracts, and you don't put a government contract out and, state when you put it out, we expect the city of Washington to apply for this. you would put out the bid process blindly. This is not doing that. It clearly states exactly what's going to happen with the bid process. And I believe if we move forward with it, and, you know, this organization did put in a bid that was accepted by the city, and there was a secondary bid as well that wasn't selected, it would show favoritism and not a fair bid process.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
just trying to get some clarity here and talk to Mr. Perot. This is a tiny piece of property that this guy needs to be able to be in compliance. He's been using it for 40 years.
He hopes that this will enable him to meet the parking requirements, which I think are 6 spaces.
So he's asked us to sell this piece of property, which we haven't been using. We put it up, and he's put in the first bid, and anyone in the world has 10 days to upset that bid. And if nobody upsets it, he gets this property that he's been using, and he gives us $3,900. It's long and short of it.
And if you're unhappy with this offer, you could send him a message and say, come back with a higher offer. If you don't pass this resolution, we don't put it up for bid.
But everything we're doing is standard process with this, right?
Yes, sir.
And we could, I guess the alternative is we could put our price out first and then put it up for bid, and he could come back and match it, but.
Yeah, the statute allows you to do private negotiation, and you go to this person and
And
say,
then-
this is what we expect you to offer.
Right, and then anyone in the world has 10 days to, what do they have to go up, 10% more?
10%, they have to put down a deposit.
Right.
And then that restarts the 10-day process.
Right.
So if there were a bunch of upset bids, it might go past May.
Right, yeah, it seems like an extremely fair process.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion from council on this item? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say yes and raise your hand. All right, motion carries. The next item on our agenda this evening is to tentatively award construction of water treatment plant rehabilitation project to state utility contractors pending approval of request for additional funding and approve subsequent purchase order. Ms. Woolard, do you mind coming up to provide background for council?
Mayor, council members, this project started back in 2024 when we got approval and council approved to accept the funding. There's a need to upgrade some infrastructure at our water treatment plant. So we started the bid process, had 2 bid openings because we did not receive enough bids to have it opening the first time. So we were able to open the bids, the second bid opening on March 5th of 2026. The 2 bids, as you can see, range from almost $9 million to $13,815,400, and that was above what we originally had budgeted for the construction. So that has brought us back to the table to go back to DWI to request additional funding in order to increase the funding loan amount to be able to award the contract to the contractor. And then, of course, LGC will have to approve this as well before we can go forward. So there's another step before it can go forward. Any questions? I'll be glad to answer.
Councilman Peralt?
I have a question, I guess, not necessarily for you, but how does this affect the city's debt service? How will this affect the city's debt service?
So if it's a 20-year loan at 1.7, that's about $596,000 a year, but Hope has some numbers that she can explain because Beaufort County will pay part of that. Your AMI system, of course, those would be rough numbers, but we're going to get more revenue on that. So I'll let Hope talk to you about her Beaufort County figures.
So originally, we were requesting 6.154. So the difference between the debt service would be approximately yearly $226,750. But doing some number crunching, I do want to point out that this is at the water treatment plant. Beaufort County Water also pays us money I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but there are a portion that they pay, maintenance is what they pay, a portion of what we expend every month. So that would be, usually equates to about 50%. That's about the amount of water that they use, and that's considered the maintenance part of it. There is also a clause in the contract, they pay a prorated amount for anything that is not considered maintenance and routine. So breaking apart those aspects of this project, because it entails both maintenance and it entails some new construction that is not maintenance to the existing. I'm looking at projecting a revenue, because they're going to pay us a revenue of approximately $260,000 that of this debt service that Beaufort County is going to have to pay towards what we're going to have to pay. So that'll offset and leave us with a difference of about $333,000 that the city will be responsible for, and these are all rough numbers. So if I crunch the numbers on the AMI meters with the water loss that we know we have, we install these meters, we've got approximately 15–20% water loss in our system because we know we have failed meters. I'm anticipating enough revenue between the meter and also the new development that we have coming in to hopefully offset the debt for this project.
So just rough numbers, between the AMI and the county paying, it would offset the total cost of the debt per year to the city?
That is what I'm roughly coming up with. Now, I'm incorporating too, we've got new development that's coming. We've got Maple Branch, which you spoke to earlier. That development is supposed to be completed. We have Northgate has got a new development happening. Gatewood Way Homes is also putting in new apartments. So with all of that added, I'm projecting that we should be able to service that debt with those revenue sources.
Okay.
Councilman Davis?
Do we have a current total debt number for our city right now? Like, we can go ballpark.
Yeah, it's close to 600,000, 590-some thousand would be the total debt service annually. Was that your question?
In millions. Are we at like 22, 21, or 21 million?
Oh, you're talking about the current debt?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
I think the year ended at like 21 million.
21 million.
In 2025.
And what do we have? We have some more pending projects that are getting ready to hit our debt.
Point of order.
What is that going to be? And then,
Councilman Tyree?
How much would
what
this
is
add to it?
Excuse me, Councilman Davis. Councilman Tyree, what is your point?
Somehow we're on the budget conversation when we're here to determine if we're going to award construction of the water treatment plant rehabilitation project to state utility contractors, not the overall debt of the city of Washington. So understanding the information is pertinent and important to Councilman Davis. I think right now we have something on the table.
Point not taken. I do think understanding the debt would be an important part of this conversation. Councilman Davis, please continue.
I'd like to poll council for the point not taken.
Do you need a vote, a formal vote? Okay.
Yes, once the point is denied, then council would be the one to make the decision if the conversation continues.
Okay. All those in favor of receiving the point of order to end Councilman Davis's comments with questions about the budget?
I want to move the conversation forward because we have a lot more to do on what we're here to focus on, not the overall debt service to the entire city of Washington. And that's where the conversation was going because those questions were asked. So if we could just get an understanding of where we are right now for this that's on the table, we could move this forward.
So you're trying to appeal the decision of the presiding officer?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, yes. Yeah.
So all those in favor of receiving Councilman Tyree's point to end Councilman Davis's line of questioning regarding our debt? Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
So with these, so
$9 million.
If this does not happen, what happens next?
So this project needs to happen if the city wants to continue to grow and expand. We've got some failing infrastructure at our water treatment plant that has got to be repaired. An additional waste holding basin that needs to be built to handle processed waste that is processed through the treatment plant process itself. We need this to happen. If not, we're going to have some major infrastructure issues at our treatment plant. And I want to point out one other thing when we're talking about debt. I want to remind you guys that it's a requirement of the LGC. They look at our asset ratio. This would also increase our asset ratio and bring us closer to that 50% where we need to be, so we don't look like we have a great deal of old failed assets.
Councilman Davis, did you have additional questions unrelated to the budget line of questioning from Ms. Woolard?
Yeah, so this project's going to cost $9 million, is that?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to add numbers together, 21 million plus 4 million plus 9 million, about 30.
Point of order.
33 million. So, okay, we'll be about 33 million in debt.
Point of order.
Councilman Mahal.
I believe we already ruled on this and that Joe is not supposed to be speaking about the debt of the city at this point.
Thank you. Point well taken. Are there any other questions for Ms. Woolard?
I just have one question. You say it's tentatively award. Could you just explain why it's tentatively?
So we have to, first, DWI has to approve the additional funding that we're requesting because they initially only awarded us the $6.154 million. So that's one stopping point. The second is LGC will have to approve this project as well. So we cannot go forward with this and get any kind of money back or loan until LGC approves it as well. And then another contingency is DWI also has to approve the bid and the contractor. So there are several steps in here that have to take place before we can actually award the contractor.
But just to make it clear too, just to your earlier point, the county and the additional revenue should cover the total cost of the loan, plus maybe some revenue for the total 20-year term.
That is some rough estimates, but yes.
Okay. Would we be able to get a firm estimate on that before giving a final approval on this?
No, because there's no way that I'm going to know the revenue brought in from all of the new AMI meters until that project is completed. So I'm just doing a rough estimate of looking at our amount of water loss that we have. We've measured somewhere between 15 and 20% water loss out in our system, and then doing some rough numbers with that just to get an estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Fritz, did you have some questions?
They were answered, thank you.
Great. Councilman Tyree.
Are there any other options? Anything else?
I don't know. I mean, there possibly could be, but I want to point out too, we've gotten this far in the process. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this project designed. If we kill it at this point, there will be no reimbursement. We would be dead in the water with an engineered plan, but no funding to complete the construction. And then we would have the plans, but yes, we would kind of be at a stopping point.
And I heard you present that design wasn't just at free will, that design because there were some identified needs at our treatment plant and some failures that we need to get in front of immediately.
That is correct. All the items that are listed in this project have been in our capital improvement plan. They were not in the plan as a whole. They were in the plan as bits and pieces. So this plan and meeting the funding requirements gave us the opportunity to put a lot of it together and complete all of this at one time.
Is it eligible for any grants to help offset some of the costs of the project?
We do really well with the DWI grants. I have not looked at anything else to see if there would be anything that we could qualify for this particular grant or this particular project. But we did get it at a loan of interest rate of 1.76, which is pretty low.
Okay. I would just be curious to see what our grant writer says if there's any way to help offset some of the additional costs, just in case that additional revenue doesn't come in for some reason.
And we could probably look at those where we're doing this, but we haven't had a lot of success in finding infrastructure funding. DWI has been our best resource.
Has there been any request of like a federal or state appropriation for this project?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Has there ever been a federal or state appropriation of an infrastructure improvement for Public Works?
I'm not sure how to answer that one.
Okay. Mr. Waters is shaking his head no behind you.
No. Okay. No, the answer to that would be no.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rory, did you have any other additional background?
Yeah, I just got a question. I just want to kind of make a point out of this. So this project has been in play via a resolution from 2023.
I believe, looking
Okay.
at my, let me see if I can find my timeline. I believe it went to council to apply for the funding in 2023. You're correct. We accepted the funding in October of 2023, and then we awarded the engineering, started the project ordinance budget, and also the grant administration in January 8th of 2024. So it has been going on that long.
So why is the project cost increased $3.8 million?
The engineer did, as he stated in his letter that we put together for additional funding, that there was an estimate made, and then the current bidding environment, of course, is extremely unpredictable. I don't know the other answer to that.
When we get these projects, we get what's called a opinion of probable cost from our engineers. And so when you wait and delay, this is annoying, okay, so we'll get to that, but when you wait and delay on these projects, you're looking at a $9 million project funded with an interest rate of 1.76%. If you delay 1 year, you could actually end up with an inflationary increase somewhere to double digits. That's what you're facing. It's now or later. It's something that needs to be done. It's been in play for a few years, and so the continual delay just means it costs more in the future. So if it needs to be done, how do we get it done? How do we fund it? And that's what's at stake here. Now, yes, we can seek grants, we can do whatever. At the end of the day, here's the bird in the hand. The project, move it forward, low interest rate, but it's contingent upon getting additional funding. So it doesn't even happen if we don't get the additional funding at that same interest rate. So I think it's important to note that. That delay just means it costs more down the road.
So this would have to formally come back in front of council before fund disbursement?
I'm sorry?
This would have to formally come back in front of council before fund disbursement and acceptance?
I'm not sure. I have to look into that. I don't know if we would have to come back to accept the additional funding or if that would be covered under this council action and resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Terry?
Just another comment. This is something that seems to be a little bit more in our control. So I heard that there's a possible meeting of funding and looking at areas of Washington by our governor. This might be something that you could talk to them about. That would be a little bit more effective. However, though, if, let's say this is approved and other funds come in to assist with this project, that just means there's just less money that's spent on a project that gets to come, like how, if there's surplus monies, what happens?
You actually don't draw down from the loan. Right?
That's correct. And there's a possibility we won't need this whole entire amount, which whatever we do need, we will borrow and pay back. But if there is some, we will look at this project when we're going forward, and if there's some things that we see that don't need to be done as we're going through some of the vessels and things. If there's something that doesn't have to be done, we will pull it out. So there's a possibility we won't be at this bottom line number, but this is worst case scenario, what we will need.
I just wanted to clarify that for the community more so than us up here, because sometimes we see the big numbers as a community, and then conversations can shapeshift, and if we don't need the $9 million, we just won't draw down the entire $9 million. So they're not giving us a full $9 million check to walk away with and store in your office.
No.
This is going to be based on the project, and if funds do have the opportunity to come in while we're doing the project, that's just less money that we borrow towards the $9 million, right?
That's correct. It would offset that amount of money.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem, I yield the floor.
you said this is a $10 million project, and when it's all said and done, it may not impact our finances at all. It's essentially almost going to be free.
No, we won't call it free. That'll just be revenue that we won't be able to use for something else. But I do believe that we will be able to offset the amount of the debt service with the revenue sources I've just gone through.
Sold. Thank you.
Is there a motion from council on that note?
I'd like to move that council tentatively award the construction of the water treatment plant rehabilitation project to state utility contractors in the amount of $8.996 million, pending approval of the request for additional funding, and approve the subsequent purchase orders.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those, or any further discussion? All those in favor, please say yes and raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is adopt resolution to grant assistance from North Carolina Department of Commerce for Streetscape Phase 2 Engineering and Construction Award, number SA 0435. Mr. Glenn Moore is here to present background to council.
As you're familiar, this was Dominique's pet project before he left. He got this grant approved for us. Mr. Perot asked earlier why it was in two separate items. That's a requirement from the North Carolina Department of Commerce. First one is a resolution to accept the grant. And then they require a grant project ordinance. It shows how much the city's, estimate of how much the city's willing to put in to the project. You can see the total cost estimate is 1.5 million. That is a estimate that Dominique came up with based upon some of the expenditures from the Phase 1 project. If you've got questions about any more specifics, we're not really at that point yet. But I know Adam is here tonight, and he was involved with Section 1, and Mike can answer some questions as it would relate to Phase 2.
Mr. Moore, how long do we have to say yes or no to this grant funding?
I don't have an exact date on that, but if we need to table it for more information for a month, that would be fine. It just slows down the project.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Moore or Mr. Waters this evening?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Peralt?
From my understanding, when I met with Mr. Moore, when I was asking him the questions about why it was listed twice on the agenda, I think the estimates are kind of old. They're pre-COVID, pre-inflation, cost of construction. I believe Mr. Waters informed me that the cost per block of Phase 1 was around 1.6 million. We're looking at two blocks for Phase 2. So it'd be about 3.2. That's not counting the inflation costs if we're just going off the last numbers. So I think council should probably table new business items D and E until we can get updated numbers on what the actual cost of the project would be, especially given the fact that Mr. Moore shared with me that the $850,000, even with a 5% match, would probably only cover the cost of the technical drawings and engineering involved in the project.
Thank you, Councilman Peralt. Is there any other questions from council?
Am I hearing your question, Council, or your statement, Councilman, is you're requesting that we table this until we get updated numbers?
If it's the recommendation of the planning department.
Gotcha.
At this point, this is just like a formality for the Department of Commerce to accept it, and the grant project ordinance. Certainly, it won't be a big issue to table it. As far as getting more specific numbers, again, we're not at that stage yet. Adam can provide some insight from Phase 1 of how they were, what numbers they had at this point in the game. We can certainly bring that back to you next month.
Mr. Moore, if council was to accept the grant funding, do you have any information on the timeline by which the monies are supposed to be spent, what the reporting process is, who would take responsibility within the planning office for facilitating that?
I'm not that familiar with this grant. I've worked with CDBG and Brownsfield grants. Typically, you've got about 2 years to spend the money. And I know the first project was, we went out for bids and got a consultant to manage the entire project through the planning department.
Okay. Yeah. Council, is there any other questions or a motion at this time?
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Fritz.
I may be missing something here. So this is an $850,000 grant with a 5% match. The total project cost is 1.5 million. So this is not going to quite get us there.
Right.
So you're saying we shouldn't do anything here because we didn't, half a project just puts us at $700,000 out of pocket.
Right.
Okay.
You've got to factor that in for certain. You're getting that 850, but you might very well have to put up the same amount because it's a big project.
Got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That,
Well,
es-
well beyond the 5%.
that estimate is from 6 years ago.
That estimate, I'm not sure where Dominique got that from, but I'm thinking it's from the old, the phase one.
And it does not include electrical utilities or stormwater.
Correct.
It's the above-ground improvements.
Right.
Mayor, I
Mr.
want to
Roy?
interject here. Here's the new guy. Incomplete information for the new guy, right? But to Mayor Pro Tem's point, 1.5 million project, basically funded at 850,000. This is a gift that could keep on giving. We need more definitive answers. I would humbly request that the board or the council table this until we can get more information.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we table items D and E under new business. Item D, resolution to accept the grant assistance from the NC Department of Commerce for Streetscape Phase 2, and item E, budget and grant project ordinance for Streetscape Phase 2 engineering and construction until our next regularly scheduled meeting so that staff can obtain better estimates.
Thank you, Councilman Peralt. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion at this time? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say yes. All right, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Moore. The next item on our agenda this evening will be the presentation of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. And I will turn it over to Mr. Rory or Ms. Swindell if there's any comments on that. I know we have our books in front of us.
Good evening again. Tammy Swindell. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Washington. Before you, you've been provided the manager proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. This budget reflects many hours of work across all city departments, grounded and ensured to meet the needs of the city, the department, and our citizens. The financial realities can be challenging as revenues remain steady but not unlimited, and we continue to face rising costs in every category. This budget does use fund balance responsibly, as it does appropriate some fund balance for capital use. And it also positions the city to continue operations without compromising financial health. Now that you have your budget book, I'd like for you to take this budget over the next 2 weeks and please review it. After the first week, I'm respectfully requesting that you provide any questions that you would have that you would like addressed in the council budget work sessions that are coming up on the week of the 4/27. This gives staff adequate time to research and get the questions back to you so we can properly answer the questions you have and so that we know what you're looking to us for staff. We look forward to working with you through the major components of this budget and answering any questions that you have. Also, I would like to say that the city manager, the interim city manager, also has a budget message in your budget book at the very front. I can't remember what page it is, but it's at the very front. I would read that, and it will give you kind of a high-level recommendation of what he has put in this budget. Any current questions for me?
Any questions from council?
I have a question.
Councilman
This current budget, just reading the manager's remarks on it, it states that there's no increase in taxes, but there's also no reduction in taxes as well. And I'm not trying to get in the budgets related talks while we're here, but I just want to understand before I go and read this, the interim manager that was supposed to present a budget that included decrease in taxes did not do that according to this budget. Is that correct?
The tax rate is the same as the prior fiscal year at 48.5 cents.
Okay. So much for the best in history of Washington.
Councilman.
Welcome to Washington. What I would request council to some of the experience that you brought to the table when we talked about this was over 30-plus years, not to date or anything, over 30-plus years of doing this, right? There are council members here that are sitting at the bench that would like to see a reduction, I think they deserve a snapshot on what that looks like, not just a paragraph saying the budget represents a reduction in personnel by freezing positions, reducing positions, and eliminating certain departments within the city. I think, in all fairness, especially because, you know, a lot of us are new on the bench, I would like to request your opinion. By representing the numbers in a fair way to all council members. Again, we have ones on the bench that want to see it reduced to a certain rate. What does that look like? What are the pain points there? Instead of just saying we can't do it, if we could get representation of why we can't do it, or I mean, just again, I think I'm just trying to be fair across the board, because everyone does deserve the opportunity that ran for office and stepping out of campaigning into governing to understand why certain things are a certain way. So with your guidance, I would ask that council accept that, to say, hey, we have somebody at the helm now that has experience here. Could you present the numbers as Councilman Perot had just asked for as well too? Do you think that's something that you would be able to do by kind of just gassing up the car right now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. You want me to do it tonight? We didn't want to get into the weeds. Clearly, this is premature to get into the weeds. But the simple response is this. Your tax rate in this budget is 48.5 cents. Every 1 penny of that 48.5 represents $150,000 of revenue for the city of Washington. And that is based on your ad valorem tax, which means according to value. All right, so now you have to break this down and think very, very simple terms. If you use a price tag of a median price tag of a home of $200,000, keep it simple. If you reduce it from 48.5 to 47.5 by 1 penny, all right, the city's not going to get $150,000 in revenue. It's just that simple. And when you reduce it from 48.5 to 47.5, basically the taxpayer is saving $20 a year. Every 1 penny on a $200,000 value home saves $20 a year divided by 12 months. You can do the math, right? So now if you go the revenue neutral number that I've heard, and I've heard the conversations, I've seen it. So if you go from 48.5 to 37.5, that is an 11-cent tax reduction. Am I right? Okay, and so each 1 penny is 150, so that means that's $1.5 million. And so if you want to go from 48.5 to 37.75, you got to decide where to come up with $1.5 million. There's only 3 components of your budget. There's personnel, there's operations, and there's capital. All right? And so then you have to consider, well, what are we trying to deliver? We're here to provide services. And you can't provide those services at an adequate, efficient level if you shortchange man, money, machines, and materials. That's it in a nutshell. If the board, recommendations of how you make these cuts to get to some number, it can't be arbitrary. It needs to be a high-level look. You're talking about cutting departments, all right, not operational expenses, nickel and diming. We need to stop. Governments across the nation, all right, need to stop budgeting for costs, and they need to start budgeting for outcomes. What are we trying to achieve? That is the question we have to ask, not necessarily how much is it going to cost us this year to do the same thing we did last year and get the same results. What are we trying to achieve? That's why you need to have these discussions regarding whatever it may be, different departments, different things that we do. If the demand is there, the market will provide it, and we don't have to step in and subsidize it. That's the broader context. So the suggestion that you read this for a week and then we come back 2 weeks from now, I would suggest that you read it tomorrow and we come back 2 days from now. But that's just a different story. That's a different conversation for us to have. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it sounds like you're ready to get busy.
Yes.
That answers my question then.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Davis?
Can you give me a high-level overview of the electric rate plans in this budget?
Did you say a high-level review of the budget
Of
plans?
the electric plans, is there going to be a rate increase is there a proposed rate increase on the electric rates in this budget, or is everything
This
staying the same?
budget does include an electric rate increase, yes.
Do you know how much percent of,
We put in there based on the kilowatt rate, it's a kilowatt rate increase, and that's in pennies. So on average, I believe that was like 1.7 penny or something like that. But each class has a different rate. It might be 1.2 cent or 1.3 cent or 1.4. So when you average all that out, it's about a penny, 1.07 penny, I believe.
Councilmember Davis, I'll be glad to share that in terms of a rate structure compared to comparable units, I'll be glad to share that when we follow through. They're going to have to put one here for me, right? I'll be glad to share that when we follow through, where we actually look at comparisons between other cities. Duke Energy, what do you pay per kilowatt hour? Because Washington is unique in the sense that it is an electric city. Not all cities are that way. And so if you haven't increased your electric rate, that's an enterprise fund. It means it needs to be supported by revenue from the user. And so based on what you use is what you pay. And so I think that there needs to be a considerable effort to look at that rate, not necessarily say we're trying to compare apples and oranges, but make sure that the rate reflects that we're paying and covering our charges and adding to fund balance in the utility fund. Not just eating rate increases from Duke, because we have to purchase the power. We got to pass that on to the consumer. So I'll be glad to take and share that rather in some type of a format for the entire board to see.
And there will be a lot of discussion on that and some consultants that are also going to come and advise, because as we have a new electric director too, so, but you'll get a lot of information coming with that during the budget sessions.
Councilman Tyree?
So, in this part, I do want to take a second to thank you and the rest of the city employees for putting this together. The department heads, boots on the ground. This does take a lot, and I do appreciate the approach of a higher level approach is to present something to council that is fair and impartial to show what the numbers actually represent, rather than the catchphrases of this is going to be a little bit more or less, right? Because there's a why to it, and I think, what date are we starting that? April the
27th.
April the 27th, and that's a public meeting, correct? All right. So I would let all of the community know that, again, April the 27th starts the budget meetings. There's been a lot of concern and interest, which is a great thing now, but now you get to understand the why behind your numbers, the why to where your pennies are going. And you also get to understand some of the statute that we are bound by to ensure that we have X amount in certain accounts. It's not just one big account, but again, so this is a process. Thank you guys for getting us to this part of the process, because this is no joke. And I look forward to the outcome for our 27th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Swindell.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda this evening is a discussion regarding council liaison review. This item was put forth by Councilman Peralta, so at this time I'll yield the floor to him.
Madam Mayor, if it's okay with you, I would like to discuss item J, which is also one of my discussion items, which is a strategic work session scheduling.
You don't want to discuss item I?
I do, but I would like to discuss the other one first, if it's okay with you.
Is that okay with the board? As long as it's okay with y'all's agenda?
Is everybody okay
Everybody's
if I do the
Okay.
second one first?
Yep, that's
Okay.
fine. Discussion of the strategic work session scheduling.
So we talk about a lot, and it's kind of information overload. We talk about fund balance policies that haven't been updated since 2009, electric rate reviews that haven't been done in decades, and a lot of other policies that just seem like they need updating, as well as the different documents that float around City Hall and within our emails for our attention And then on top of that, each one of the 6 of us have our own goals that we want to hopefully accomplish or at least start within our 2 years here. Mr. Rory asked us, if you could put your finger on one thing, what would it be and how do we prioritize that? And I think it's just important that, we get a strategic work session scheduled with council. I think at this point, it would be obviously after we adopt the budget, which makes it a little bit more difficult for, following through on what we discuss, because normally you budget for those plans. But, Councilmember Tyree shared with me this is something normally that gets done right after the election, so you can hit the ground running. We all know that didn't happen. But I feel like this is something that we should look at scheduling as soon as possible in May, maybe even before a regularly scheduled meeting, so that way we can sit down with staff, with the manager, and hopefully with an outside consultant, either from the League of Municipalities or the School of Government, or just a different city manager altogether, to help us put our ideas together on a whiteboard and execute them effectively.
Any other comments from council?
So thank you for that, Councilman. I believe last time we did that, this was scheduled through, Ms. Cynthia, could you help me out of there? Last time we did a strategic planning session, it wasn't internal, so it allowed everyone at the table the opportunity to kind of have a voice without it being swayed in one direction or the other one. But was that from the School of Government? We had the session at the airport. So, yeah, so if we could do that again, one, to review what's already there, because there's a lot of work in the plannings that's there already, and then kind of see where each one of us kind of feel in that space, or recreate it. It's up to us. But.
Is this where you met with all the department heads?
No.
Okay, it's a different meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
this was a strategic planning session that most council, mayor, and you would be present, and outside sources there to kind of help guide us through that meeting, to kind of get an idea of what each council member would like to kind of focus on while they're in the seat, and then see how that aligns with the strategy of the city, which is where you would come into play in. So it was a full day of just kind of conversations to allow everyone the opportunity to speak freely on what they want to see.
Could we maybe move forward with polling council for dates in May?
Why don't I suggest we just come up with 2 or 3 dates and we select some, and get it out to the board, and we'll try to establish a schedule for that. So we can do it. I think, what I understand is that portions of the council participated in a strategic planning class through the North Carolina League of Municipalities. And that led to certain priorities, but that doesn't represent the priorities of the entire board. And so I think those things should be shared, and then also everybody should kind of come together. If everything's a priority, then nothing is a priority, and staff needs some direction. So we'll set some dates to get everybody in here.
Well, just a small correction there so the language doesn't get mixed up once we leave this meeting. The portion of the council that went through it was the portion that came from the previous council. The current council just hasn't had the opportunity to do so yet.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I will offer, I think Mr. Rory was thinking the strategic planning workshop that myself, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilman Peralt and Hope Woolard participated in February with the North Carolina League of Municipalities in New Bern. That was a 2-day workshop. We're still pending the information back from the league that we provided input on to then bring forth to the full board in some sort of facilitated retreat or something like that.
Point taken. We'll get some dates out there.
Councilman liaison review.
Yeah, I'm good to go on this. So, Madam Mayor, I'm simply asking that we make a change to, I guess, 2 of the liaison positions. I'm only going to talk about one of them. I think Councilmember Tyree is going to talk about the second one. The first one that I'd like to talk about is the Parks and Rec Board. Currently, Joe Davis sits on that. He's really just displayed an attitude against this service. He's trying to sell it out for big business. His fines and fees in excess of $500 that are unpaid with Parks and Rec that have been for multiple months. And I just believe that he does not have the best interest of the city in mind. I recommend that we remove him from that board and put somebody on it who has a better attitude towards youth services and towards representing the city better as a whole. I fear that if we don't, this board will just be reluctant to meet due to fear of having pressure put on them from a council representative instead of having support given to them, as it should be. So I formally ask you to make a decision.
Thank you, Councilman Peralt. Councilman Davis, do you have anything you would like to comment on this matter?
I grew up in the Parks and Rec. I love the Parks and Rec of the city of Washington. So I mean, I don't know if any. I spent my whole life in helping young people achieve their goals in athletics. So if y'all want to remove me for it, you can. But it's quite a quite an interesting concept. But thank you for your interest in that. But I do think that we need to, hopefully you'll respect this current city manager better than the last one where you cursed him out and you screamed at him on multiple occasions.
Councilman Davis.
Point of order.
Point received.
One more thing, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just with that as well, recently council received an email from the Parks and Rec director where Joe had requested them to call a special called meeting to review and adjust their fee schedule. Again, this council member hosted an event in September for a scouting camp campaign event where he has a fee of $525 that has yet to be paid. He's tried to have the YMCA come in and take over the Parks and Rec organization as a whole, basically, without bringing it before a city manager for advice, before council, and now they're trying to dictate the fee schedule of that said board. I just feel like we're setting up a really bad situation here, and it's very inappropriate at this point to shake things up with a new representative. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter at this point.
Thank you, Councilman Peralt. Mr. Holscher, may I ask a clarifying question? When a question was raised regarding appointment to the Board of Adjustment at the last meeting, we moved forward with allowing the board to self-appoint a liaison and make a vote. In this type of situation, if council has a consensus of a concern, would that be the best process to move forward with that? That they would appoint someone amongst themselves?
I think that council decides who their liaison is to the separate boards, and they can just, as well as they can be appointed, they can be removed and replaced.
Councilman Peralt, would you have a recommendation for someone you'd like to see put on that board in place of Councilman Davis?
Yeah, my recommendation is that the mayor fulfills the obligation of appointing the liaison position, and also with that obligation, removing them to switch out if needed.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The mayor appoints the liaison. It's not the responsibility of the council to appoint the liaison. What I'm asking for is that you, as the mayor, make a correction to the original appointment of this liaison with a different member who has, I guess, a better self-interest in mind when it comes to representing the city in the Parks and Rec Department.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think my recommendation would be that if the board would like to see someone differently appointed, that the board make a recommendation if there's someone else who would like to volunteer as that liaison.
If you're going to proceed in either one of those fashions, I think the first step would to be a motion to remove Councilman Davis from that appointment.
Okay.
And then y'all decide how you want to fill that spot. I talked about that before. Usually that's a pretty informal process, and I know the mayor oversees it, but usually it's kind of a collective sort of.
Can you provide more information on this $500? You said there's $500 that's owed.
I'm just gonna wait. It's about to get pulled out.
And when was this sent to me? And can you provide more details on that? And has there been any follow-up on it?
I guess my question would be from council is, do y'all want to put forth a motion or continue? I don't think that we want, I'll leave it at that. Because Mr. Holscher has advised that the first step would be if you'd like to remove Mr. Davis as a liaison.
I make a motion to remove Joe Davis as the council liaison to the Parks and Rec Board.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem Fritz, I yield the floor.
this is certainly sensitive, but I'd appreciate hearing something from Parks and Rec, even indirectly. I don't feel compelled to make this, I feel a difficulty making a decision here one way or another without hearing something from Parks and Rec.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mayor, I think we get into a slippery slope when we start to have employees come up and speak towards who they do or do not want on their board. So I think that's something we as leaders should stick to that point and not put them in that type of position. But that's just my thought.
I agree.
So there's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
I'll call
Is
the
there
question.
any other? Okay. Is there a second? You just called the question. Is there a second to call, to end debate?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of ending debate on this matter? He called, Councilman Tyree, you called the question.
For,
He did.
yes.
Second. So all those in favor of ending debate on this motion? Okay. All those against ending debate, please raise your hand. All those
Wait,
opposed?
there-
Okay. So we'll move forward. Motion carries. So all those in favor of having Councilman Davis removed as the liaison to the Parks and Recreation Department, please raise your hand and say yes. Okay. All those opposed, please raise your hand and say yes, or say no. Okay. Motion carries. At this time, does council have someone they would like to put forth a recommendation to be appointed to the Parks and Rec Board?
Well, before we get there, Madam Mayor, if I might, so also, the appointment to the Human Relations Council, and again, this is Councilman Davis, and the goal of the HRC is to facilitate the prevention and/or resolution of problems in areas affecting the human relations of all citizens residing, working, or trading in Washington, Beaufort County. The purpose is to encourage, understand, and goodwill between all citizens regardless of race, sex, religion, creed, nationality, age, health, marital status, sexual orientation, or economic status, and thus promote the general welfare of our community. And Councilman Davis has been one that has been very outspoken to his faith. I believe the last thing was, I guess we will talk to those godless universities. And also he has spoken quite freely about if you're not a Christian here in Washington, you may not be welcomed here. I don't think that aligns with the purpose of
Can you,
the
say
Human
what
Relations
you-
Council.
Can you
Councilman
show
Davis,
the
you're out of
evidence?
order. Councilman Davis, you are out of order. Councilman Tyree has the floor.
That's where I was. I don't believe that, and this is just my opinion, that's why I bring it to council, that Councilman Davis has shown that he aligns with the purpose and overall objective of the Human Relations Council for the City of Washington.
Thank you, Councilman Tyree. Did you want to put forth a motion at this time?
I put forth the motion that we remove Councilman Davis from the liaison of the Human Relations Council.
Is there a second? All right, is there any other discussion on this item?
That's a lot of accusations. I would like you to provide the evidence for that.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of Councilman Davis being removed as the liaison to the Human Relations Council, please raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed, please raise your hand and say no. All right, motion carries. At this time, does council have a recommendation of who they would like to see
So,
appointed?
Madam Mayor, I would like if we take a step back from appointing right now liaisons to boards until litigation is complete, based on the idea that there is a Board of Adjustment situation and another federal litigation piece there, but more so for the Board of Adjustment, because if not, we're placing people in places that I feel like litigation should be complete prior to appointing folks. And the only board that we have a a liaison has a vote for it is our Washington Tourism and Development Authority. Other than that, there's no vote. So I feel like rather than appointing somebody over it, we should just yield back from that until we're complete with this.
So at the last meeting, it was determined for the Board of Adjustment, and council voted on their liaison. I think at this point, since council has removed the liaison, I would look to council to implement who they would like to see as the liaison to the Human Relations Council and the Parks and Rec. If you would like to put forth someone, if you don't want to put forth someone, that is completely your prerogative. But litigation aside, my intent this evening would be that council put forth who they would like to see as their representative for these two positions. If you don't want to, that's okay. But
I think if we were to make a motion to recommend somebody for the Human Relations Council, Councilmember Tyree has been on that board for around 10 years, on and off, I believe, just from discussions. I'd like to recommend him to fill that role, or make a motion to have him fill that role, I guess, but.
is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Tyree, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, we didn't discuss this before, if you're okay with that, obviously.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just think we need to review the boards I am on because I am appointed to two already. So that's why I was saying if we could just take a step back, come together and just see what's there and appoint folks as we move forward. I think if council would take control of that overall and not just the specifics of like the Board of Adjustment or planning and
Sure.
things of that nature. So
Take a step
But
back
yeah,
until further notice.
yeah.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. So all those in favor of appointing Councilman Tyree to the Human Relations Council, please raise your hand and say yes. Okay, all those opposed, please raise your hand and say no. All right, the motion does not carry. All right, so we are, Councilman Peralt, council, we are good to move forward past this discussion item at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next this evening is the ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding with Abilene Christian University. Councilman Peralt, since you pulled this out for discussion, I'm going to yield the floor to you.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to pull the agreement was a couple of things. Our attorney shared with me that since the
Excuse me, Councilman Peralt. Can we hold the sidebars, please? Sorry, Councilman Peralt.
It's okay. Just write it down for later. Our attorney recommended that since the MOU states that any type of litigation or legal decisions would have to come from law based in Texas, it puts the city in an awkward position should something happen, given the fact that our attorney is not licensed practice in Texas. Also, we'd have to send somebody to, it would just be a mess. And then also I go back to my original point that it is important to partner with an educational institution to give opportunities to employees. I stated previously that's something I look for in employment, but also we don't want to put our employees in a position where they don't feel welcome pursuing those opportunities because of, religious issues. Just from a quick glance at Abilene Christian University's website, there is a pretty strict religious code that has to be followed there with strict, I guess, negative implications if you don't follow it. So I would recommend that we don't move forward with this MOU at this time. And that's my position on it.
You don't, Madam Mayor?
Well, I guess at this time, if there's any additional background information to this item, otherwise I would ask, is there a motion, and we can then move to discussion.
Well, do you want me to make a formal motion first in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move that the city does not sign and ratify the MOU with Abilene Christian University.
Is there a second? Okay. At this time, we'll move into discussion. Councilman Davis.
Councilman Peralt, do you wish not to move forward with Abilene Christian University because it's a Christian university? Is that the issue?
That is not an issue. What I The reason why I do not want to move forward with it is because I do not want our employees to feel that the only way for them to get an education is to be any type of a religious variety. It's okay to be Christian, it's okay to be Jewish, it's okay to be Catholic, it's okay to be any religion that you want, but you shouldn't be forced to be in one group in order to receive future opportunities to invest in yourself. That is my issue with this. Also, the way that this MOU was brought before council and signed without no oversight or prior communication is where I have problem with that. Does that answer your question efficiently?
No, I don't think anyone has been forced to go to Abilene Christian University. There's also MOU coming from Beaufort Community College, I think possibly at the next council meeting if it comes from.
By whose request?
There's been a meeting.
By whose request?
I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I think there's
By
a big
whose
potential.
request did the MOU begin discussion?
I don't understand what your question is.
Who requested the original conversation with Beaufort County Community College for an MOU to be discussed?
I reached out to Beaufort Community College and Pitt Community College and East Carolina University and asked if they would have an interest in doing an MOU as well to provide more opportunities for the employees of the
So
city
in
of
a similar
Washington.
situation to where we're at now, a council member has decided on their own to go sign an MOU with an educational university. This is something that we should leave up to either our Human Relations Council, HR Director, or the city manager who we entrust with that job to make decisions for the city, their employees, and the people that live here as well.
To clarify, I believe Councilman Davis said to bring forward to the next council
But nobody
meeting.
requested for this action to happen. This was something that was taken on their own initiative.
So-
Not something that was requested by council, requested by the city manager. Our original agreement did not discuss exploring educational opportunities with other institutions as well.
So just so I'm understanding that I'm hearing this correctly, no councilman should pursue any interest, opportunity to bring forth to the board without full consensus in a regularly scheduled meeting of the board in order to consider or pursue any opportunities for the city of Washington?
I'm strictly talking about the motion on the floor.
So we just should not be pursuing memorandums of opportunity for educational benefits for city employees.
I'm talking about the motion on the floor. The question to me was, do I disagree with the fact that it's a Christian university? Joe decided on his own to bring up the fact of Beaufort County Community College, and I was curious where he decided to take the initiative to do that. I think we're getting a little off track here, however. To answer your question bluntly, I have no problem with it being a Christian university. I have no problem with prayer in City Hall, if that's how you want to proceed with that. My problem is that I don't want our employees to feel pressured, because in the MOU, if you read it, it states that quarterly a representative of the city has to meet to talk about educational enrollment and how to boost enrollment and how we can be better partners with the university. So you saying it's not forced isn't true if you had read the MOU.
And if I might,
Councilman Tyree, I yield the floor.
I believe to your question, Madam Mayor, if council decides to go and represent the city as a whole, I believe, our managers should be a part of that conversation to ensure that we're doing it legally. And the manager would be the one to present it back to the city, as in us. Anytime that we go and speak on behalf of the city, we're talking about the entire council, not just my opinion. When I go and I meet with a company, or I meet with a firm, or I meet with an individual, when I'm speaking, if there's a contract that comes before me, then I'm like, this might be a good idea. I'm now actioning on behalf of the entire council. I'm speaking on behalf of the city of Washington. That's just my opinion. But from there, I believe we should be good stewards of the position that we have been sworn in with, and allow our manager to also assist in those spaces. If that's something that council wants to do, especially in a strategic planning session, if that's something that comes out of that strategic planning session, we give the marching orders to the manager, and then the manager will report back to us with what schools were approached, who spoke to what, and just kind of how this all came about. I think without that, council gets so deep into the weeds of trying to do the function of the manager and department heads, and things of that nature, that we start blurring the lines, especially when we're talking MOUs or any other level of contract that will come before us.
Mayor Pro Tem?
To Councilman Tyree's point, and to Councilman Peralta, I think my recommendation would be we ask the new city manager to review this and to report back to us with his recommendation next month.
Instead of a month, especially because it's budget time, could we wait until we get into the strategic planning session, and then we can talk about it clearly then and have some clear and defined outline trajectory for the manager to come back to us with?
Sure, absolutely.
All right, does someone want to make a motion? I know we have a main motion on the floor. Does someone want to make a motion to table?
I'll fix that. I'll make a motion to my original motion to table ratification of the MOU pending the city manager's chance to review it, understand the document completely, and come up with a recommendation on how the city council should proceed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say yes and raise your hand. Motion carries. All right, next item on our agenda this evening. What's that?
We have the original motion on the floor still.
I thought you made a motion to amend your initial motion. I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Okay,
We would still have to just cancel out the original.
I thought this was a friendly amendment, but we can vote.
Franz? In your opinion, do we have to finish the first motion? Are we okay to go forward with it? Do you want us just to finish out the first motion to make it easier for you? Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah.
Historically, I'm not sure what motion's on the floor right now, but if there is a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, if you don't have to go strictly by the rules. If you turn to the person and say, would you accept this change? And the person who seconded it says yes, I think we can move on in that fashion.
Yeah, at this time, we have tabled, and the main motion that I thought was a friendly amendment was to not ratify the contract. So I don't think council can make a decision to not ratify the contract if we've tabled it for further presentation and information. I thought it was, like, are we good with a friendly amendment and we can move on?
We can friendly it, yeah.
Okay. Next item is declare surplus to authorize the sale of vehicle number 604 International 7300 SBA bucket truck through electronic auction using Auctions International. Councilman Peralta, you pulled this item for discussion, so at this time I will yield the floor to you.
This one's a lot more simple. I just had a quick question for clarification on this. Does the city not have a fleet maintenance account with any commercial dealerships where we can exchange equipment for a new model as opposed to having to sell something and then repurchase it for a price? Is there any type of agreement that we have? No? No? Okay. I think we should probably look into doing that. There's benefits of having a fleet provider for everything, police vehicles, public works vehicles. I don't know if you can do it with fire, but fire vehicles, as opposed to selling and rebuying. You're never gonna, have the same return on investment doing that as you would having an established account and relationship with a provider. That was the reason why I wanted to pull it. But with that in mind, I move that we approve the item.
You move?
Yep.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from council on this item? Thank you for your recommendation, Councilman Peralta. All those in favor, please say yes and raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we have any other items from the city manager? I know that there's an emphasis on the budget workshops are scheduled as needed for the week of April 27th, beginning at 1:30 p.m. on the 27th. Mr. Rory, do you have any other items for council at this time?
I grabbed it this time. Just to overly simplify this, April 27th might be, I'd rather advance that somehow or another, do something earlier than April 27th. What date that is, I don't know. So if we're talking about a budget workshop, that's fine, April 27th, but there's something that we can do to come together and talk a little bit about priorities before we even get to that budget workshop. Maybe we can get some dates out there.
Okay, thank you.
What's your recommendation?
I'm just going to pick a number here, all right? So today is April the 13th, so on April the 20th, I don't mean this to be, consistent, but, or to be exact, but we need to pick a date so that we can come together and have a discussion about what are some of the strategic priorities before we go into a budget workshop, all right? Because if everything's a priority, then nothing is a priority. We need some direction from the board, the council, in terms of what are your priorities. And I would like just to have an open conversation, a lunch and learn. It doesn't have to be overly formal, just an informal conversation, sit around the table, eat a sandwich, talk about what are some priorities of the board. That's it, before the 27th.
I think that would be great. Should the board send Cynthia our availability, or Cynthia send us some dates?
I think I'll ask Cynthia to send some dates if you're acceptable with that.
Does that sound okay for the board?
You
Okay.
said lunch and learn?
Lunch and learn, yeah. Does that work?
Lunch, yeah. No problem.
Yeah.
You want to come to this lunch? All right.
I'm in. That's it.
Thanks, Mr. Rory. Any other business from the members of the council this evening?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak about one issue.
Yes.
Speak about an issue. We talked tonight about recusal due to personal financial benefit. And we've talked about conflicts of interest since we've been sworn in, and just kind of conflicts in general. Recently at the Historic Preservation Commission meeting, there was a request put forward by Councilmember Davis to have his property designated a landmark in the city. That designation, if passed, would award him a 50% reduction in taxes. I think it's inappropriate that a council member put forward a request like this, given the fact of their position. It puts the board and our staff in the planning department in an awkward position where they're forced to say yes, even if it doesn't constitute a yes. And also, there's a clear financial gain in this interest. Therefore, I think as a council as a whole, none of us should be allowed to move forward to a board where the end result of it would be financial benefit to us. It's not just voting items here that we have to be aware of, it's everywhere.
Thank you, Councilman Brault. Anyone have any other further comments this evening?
I would like to clarify something as well too, Madam Mayor. In regards to some information, Mr. Rory, welcome. I would like the public to understand that a public statement or a press release announcing an individual in a new role does not in itself make the appointment official or binding. A contract signed by a candidate alone does not make it legally effective for the city. There's a governing rule for us, and I would ask Attorney Holscher that if I'm misspeaking on this statute, please let me know, but 143-318.11, subsection C, no binding action may be taken in closed session. Any decision, including entering into a contract, must be approved in open session. I think what may have been confused is when council comes together in a closed session, there's a consensus, not a vote. That consensus allows the city to start moving forward in a direction. In other words, if I'm going to hire you, someone has to come up with what that contract looks like. That's where the consensus comes into play. The acceptance of the contract or the acceptance of anything out in a closed session is always done right here in open session. So to skip everything to my bottom line, there's been no intentional effort to withhold information from the public. There was no 3-2 vote inside of a closed session. Those on council who continue to emphasize process and policy, as you've seen tonight across the board here, we have done so to ensure the integrity of the outcome. Procedures matter. Background checks and preliminary vetting are conducted by qualified HR professionals, not by us. We don't drug test. We don't go into your history and look on Google to find out if you meet criteria. That's why we have department and department heads, again, boots on the ground, that are giving us the information to say they meet this criteria, they meet this standard, or they do not. Now it's on council to make a decision based on the professional feedback. So, again, I just wanted to clear that up, because there was a lot of conversation in regards to how this came about. But again, there's no intentional misleading of the public, no disingenuous approaches, and there was no 3-2 vote in a closed session.
I'd like to add to that.
Councilman Brault.
It's also extremely disrespectful, unprofessional, violates the trust of everybody who lives in this community and our staff, that if we go into closed session, there's probably a 90% chance it's going to come out at this point. And it's extremely unprofessional that if you have a problem with a decision that's taken on this board, either in open session or closed session, you run behind another name to put that out there. Stand behind what you say, have a strong back, and also don't put the position that our citizens put their blind trust in to represent them, make strong, good decisions, financial decisions that impact them, truly impact them by the pennies, in a position where they automatically are starting from behind the standard. It's not fair to our city, it's not fair to the headlines of our city, and it's not fair for this board to not feel like it can trust each other.
Thank you, Councilman Peralt. Are there any other comments from council this evening?
Yeah, I got a
Councilman
comment.
Horton.
So this probably to the attorney, our city attorney. So, I think you may answer this question before, but I'm gonna ask you again. So when we are in closed session and, people begin to leak out what we have discussed in closed session, so there are no consequences to that person or individual that should have kept their mouth closed when we said not to open their mouth. Yeah, so nothing can be done.
I think there are two answers to your question. The first answer is there's no way to muzzle a fellow council member. I mean, when you walk out of closed session, there's no, you can't stop them from talking.
So what's the point of closed session then if?
Well, to Councilman Peralt's point, the way that we professionally and responsibly do business is sometimes we need closed sessions. And the statute has, a limited number of those. And they're confidential. Many of them are confidential for a reason, such as personnel, such as hiring a city manager.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to be in open session saying, we're going to hire such and such, subject to a background check. And then the background check comes bad, and we kind of violated that person's confidentiality and privacy. So you can't stop each other from talking, but if you do your jobs the way you should, even if you don't like what's being talked about in closed session, you really should keep it in closed session, unless there's some kind of egregious criminal, bad act that I'm not going to let y'all do. But is there there's not really a penalty. I did some research this morning because I was worried about some things that might come up tonight. So I'm not an expert on this, and there's 2 or 3 blogs, school government blogs that I need to read. But there is precedence for councils doing what's called a vote of no confidence. And all that happens in that situation is, by majority vote, the council would say that the board has lost its faith in a member's fitness for office due to misconduct or poor performance. And it's primarily just a symbolic disciplinary gesture. And my personal problem with that is, if you've already brought it up and talked about it, you bring it up again, it's like your dog went in the bathroom in the backyard and somebody poked it and it it was doing okay, but it's stinking more now. But you can do that. The second thing is called a censure, which is very similar to a vote of no confidence, and it basically says someone did something they should not have done. We need to be really sure if you go down those avenues that you've got and good evidence that that has occurred. And the third thing is called an emotion. That's one word, A-M-O-T-I-O-N, and that's when you attempt to have a board member removed from their seat. I've never been involved in any of these three things, thankfully. I'm very happy that I've been doing this since 2007, and this has never happened or occurred. And I would need the opportunity to do more research to give you direction. But emotions are rare. It's a common law practice. I think there was one in 1898 and one in 1905. There might have been something similar recently, but it requires you to give a fellow council member some type of notice of what you're saying is really egregious, and then you have to have an evidentiary hearing before you conclude the hearing and try to do this emotion. And I would be very, very reluctant to suggest that y'all do that unless it's a superly egregious thing that's occurred.
Gotcha.
Did
And
that answer your question?
You did, and I'll say this also that and this just coming from me, that I feel like it's a disgrace to us, and not only to us, to the citizens, that they have voted us in, and we have to sit up here, and it's sad that we have to sit up here and, for the lack of a better word, and I hate to say, babysit, and be nervous about what we have to say to certain individuals, because we know that if they don't agree, that they will put it on social media or do whatever. So, yeah.
Councilman Tyree?
Attorney Holscher, would it be, wait, we have a city manager. I'm sorry, hold on. Get a microphone over there to him, please. Thank you.
Welcome to Washington, right?
Would this be a policy discussion? I know this is something new for the city of Washington. I think normally, from what I've witnessed from the bench, everyone is here in good faith, no matter what their objectives are. They're here in good faith just to try to see if they can move it forward. But when you have something like this, you address something. It's like the warning labels on things like pods and stuff like that, like don't eat, somebody ate it. So here we are now in a new position where you can have people insisting that they will go out and do certain things, and then they go do it. And it leaves the community in a different space, in an uproar. Is there anything policy-wise that we could put in place that if these things are true, the council can now look to move towards something that Franz has put out there that we can do?
I've experienced censure before in Georgia. They actually censured the mayor because he was going out and basically writing articles in return on topics of the board that the board had discussed, and he was taking his own route and going and said, "There's a little different now. It's a voting mayor." And so the board voted to censor him. It was just a public vote to say, hey, we're going to censor you. Basically, you're not speaking on behalf of the board. You're speaking your own individual stuff. As far as emotion, I have no clue. I've never experienced that as well. And the vote of no confidence, if you're tracking that, that's already taken place in, I can't remember the mayor now, what town that was. And yeah, so you have those types of things. That's just the board speaking. And so I don't know that there's a policy, if you do this, and this, you go to this. I'll be happy to look into that.
but I don't know that there's one that exists because it is ultimately rare. I think that everybody who sits on the dais does so with good intentions. I don't think there's any malicious intent, but sometimes it can go south, and you just have to be aware of that.
I think we're forgetting something pretty important too. Really and truly, the voters have the most power in this situation. The voters can file a petition to the state of no confidence in an elected official to be removed. And it's, in my opinion, it's probably easier than us doing it. So you as the voters, and I don't know which one of these are on, but you as the voters have the power in the situation if you feel like somebody's not actively representing you in our city correctly.
If I could say one more thing, and that is, since I've already done some research, and I've sort of started a memo, and I have printed 3 or 4 blogs, rather than y'all kind of look into this individually, why don't I clean that up, give it to John, and then he and I will decide if and when we ought to just disseminate that to everybody, so everybody's got the same information.
That sounds great.
Madam Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I wanted to address something that Councilman Tyree had brought up earlier, because there was a certain amount of confusion that went into this process. We met as a council and we reviewed many candidates, and we interviewed a lot of applications, and we came across some that had a great pedigree, a long history, a lot of experience. And when we spoke with this gentleman here, we were all very impressed. And the way the process works is we extend an offer, it goes out, and sort of like a treaty in the old days, you send out the emissary with the treaty essentially signed, and he brings it back if the guy accepts it. And when it comes to us, it's now our opportunity to officially approve and ratify what we had already agreed to, and that's what was done here tonight. And that's how it has to be. I wish it could have been a little different, only so that we could have had a little more ceremonious welcome to our city. I think most of us are very glad to have you. We're glad to have a captain at the helm. And to wrap up my little speech, Mr. Robertson, I guess, is sick. I wish him well. He's in the hospital. You had requested a few days of overlap with him. I don't know if that's going to be possible under the current circumstances. I put the question to you and to the whole board when it is that we say thank you for Mr. Robertson stepping in and hanging around with us for a few months and getting us through this budget season. But I'm very happy that you're here, and I'd like to come to some conclusion as to when we can shake hands with Mr. Robertson and say thank you for what you've done.
Mayor Pro Tem, if we could have that discussion. If we could have that discussion in closed session, that'd be great. Yeah,
So on that motion, on that note, is there a motion to move into closed session? Yep.
If you're inclined to go into closed session, I believe you do so under A6 personnel, A3 attorney-client privilege, as well as Bravo versus City, U.S. District 4, Eastern District of North Carolina, 425 CV 00207 DBM. It'd be my understanding that the full council would go in at the beginning and until you decide you need to excuse me.
I'll make the motion.
I have a question. Do we go into one and then come out and place a vote, or would you just do both of them and come out? And if there is an outcome that we need to vote on, what would be the cleanest way to ensure that both of them look separate?
Cleanest way would be, if I'm reading your mind, is the first motion would be a motion to go into closed session under A6 personnel and A3 attorney-client privilege. And then we'll do the third item after we finish those first two items. And we'll go back in and do that.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, there's a motion.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor? All right, we'll now move into closed session.